Hello, Humberto. How you doing? Hello, Mr. David. I just got home a little bit ago, so. Oh yeah, what do you think about my crocheted mitts? Isn't that freaking cool? I found that yarn and I'm like, that's what I need. How you guys been? Had a good night tonight? I need to refine the pattern, but other than that, it's gonna be fine. Why did this thing blink at me? Stupid thing. So, there's something I want to put out there real quick. Don't have much. Funny how you were moving. I know. I saw your comment. I never noticed it. I never noticed it. But when I get into something, I'm in it. You know? I'm just weird like that. But anyway, so for anybody who catches it on the replay, and I know there will be some people who do, it is total concentration. It's exactly what it is. I know that the people who might watch the replay are all people who are moderators. And then some of the others. However, I want to talk about something that set me sideways. But first, I want to start with every single person that has your moderation privileges. You are appreciated. I trust, even though it started out as a joke, where I gave you all wrenches, all of you have done a very good job of taking care of my lives. I trust you to take care of the riffraff. I do not allow rude and disrespectful people. And so thank you for always taking a hand and keeping that riffraff out of here. It's not something we need. I do not care if it is the internet. The internet is not an excuse for people to treat people like crap. Hello, Miss Outer Banks. Are you a male or a female? I don't even know how to address you. Just saying. But anyway, hello. How you doing? But my moderators, you guys have done a wonderful job. You have basically adopted. I'm female. Gotcha. Hello, Miss Outer Banks. I'm kind of putting some things out there. I want to make sure my moderators know where I stand. I appreciate everything that you guys do for me. You do it the way that I want it, even though we never really discussed it. You have always made sure it's respectful for everybody. And we want it to be respectful. Misunderstandings do happen. I understand that. But at the same time, the only one misunderstanding that I saw, you still stand behind your moderator. That's just the way it is. I'm not going to tell you that this is a family channel. That is not what it is. This is a detailing channel. I can get crazy, but so can the rest of us. And everybody has a safe place to do that, except when you make it so uncomfortable for people that they just can't be here. And so I want to make sure you all know you're doing a wonderful job. You have my full support. Don't ever think that you don't. And under no circumstances are anybody who comes to my lives, nobody is allowed to disrespect you. Because if they disrespect you and you don't handle it, I will. No, some things happened. Humberto knows what's going on, Mr. David. Some things happened, and they should have never happened. It was totally disrespectful to myself and another person. And no, just know that I appreciate all of my moderators. I have your back. You have mine. And that's the way it's going to stay. So, with that being said, let's get on with the whatever this is. Actually, you probably saw some of it last night, Outer Banks. You probably saw some of it last night. Not here, but in another live. What happened and set me off is the total and blatant disrespect towards the moderators in that live by not only the viewers, but the person running live. It was extremely disrespectful. I do not condone it. I will never go back. My moderators are welcome to go wherever the hell they want to, but I want them to know in my lives they are respected and I have their back. They have always done very well for me. They've always taken good care of my chats and all that good stuff. So I just want to make sure I put that out there because I know a lot of them will replay this. Hello, Mr. Sal. How are you? It was a bunch of drama, and I had to address it real quick. Anyway, so I had my evening of watching I don't think it's one that you're a part of, Mr. David. It was not a detailing live. So I don't think I've ever seen you in that. Humberto, I don't think we've ever seen David there, have we? Yeah, it was, here's what it is. This is where my biggest problem is. And this is a personal thing. If you're going to throw out the Bible, you better live it. If you disregard the Bible because of your chase of money or your love of money or your desperation of money, that is what is called greed. And the Bible specifically said money is the root of all evil. So don't throw the Bible out and then turn around and go against it. That is a personal problem I have, and that is where that comes from. It's coming from deep down. Okay? And never in a million years will my moderators ever hear me disrespect you live. When I am on a live, you will not be disrespected. I make that promise right now. You will never be disrespected. I will never punish you or tell my viewers they can be disrespectful to you. I will never do that, ever. So I just wanted to make sure I put that out there because I do not want you guys feeling like I would ever take advantage of you. And I appreciate all you've done. So anyway, tonight was our Virgin River night. The new season came out the night before last. Friday night, I think. Thank you, Miss Outer Banks. I can't even talk. Holy hell. Anyway, Virgin River, the new season came out the 19th. So what was that? Friday night? Hell, I don't know. Thursday night. Maybe it was Thursday night. And so we were able to watch all but that we're on the last 2 episodes, and we'll do that tomorrow evening. Man, it's getting good. It's getting crazy. It was not a family live stream. Thank God my brother called me and I was out of there too. I left very quickly. Once I heard this, you can be disrespectful as long as they're not rude. That right there showed that it was a complete and total It looked like it was orchestrated, to be honest. And if you don't have respect for the people that you moderate or that moderate for you, you shouldn't have them there. They shouldn't have wrenches and all of that. So, um, but I want to make sure my moderators know, yes, you are moderators because it started out as a joke, but you are still moderators nonetheless. And when I have lives, we have new people like Miss Jackie, Miss Outer Banks, that come in, and of course they're good people, but we do have crazy people that just come on in and try and pop their mouths off, and those are the ones you handle. So, hello, Jackie. How are you? So, anyway, we are getting really into that Virgin River. We used to watch Heartland, and Heartland it's completely upside down from what it used to be. I mean, you don't have hardly any of um, the regular people on it anymore. So really, it's just not something that we're interested in. But Virgin River, I never thought I would like a series like that, but I really do. It's just a series that you kind of feel like you're a part of it. You know what I mean? Virgin River, is that a movie or it's a TV series on Netflix? Now, I do not have Netflix. Miss Kay does. And she's the one who invited me a couple of years ago to, just hang out, get a pizza, and all of that. And, at first I was like, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this. So my first few episodes, I was like, no. And then before you knew it, every evening I was over there, and it was captivating. Well, anyway, it's about a little town in California named Virgin River, and the storyline starts where a young girl who is a nurse, she takes a traveling position, not a traveling position, but a small position in a small town as a nurse for a small town doctor. Yep, I see that. One of these days we need to connect with him, you know what I mean? But we can drop in on him later. Anyway, Virgin River, we've waited. The first year we went through the first 4 seasons, and then last year, not only did we go through Virgin River, we also watched Longmire. I don't know if you've all ever heard of that. I had never heard of it until this point, but it's kind of like the storyline is kind of almost, it reminded me of the storyline of Walking Tall with, what's that sheriff's name? Hello, Mr. Anthony. So, anyway, so we were watching Longmire and Heartland, and we got all caught up on those, and then Virgin River, we saw that one on there, so we thought, why not? Now, you have to understand, me and Miss Kay are just two old ladies. We don't have lives. Her kids are grown, and she's old enough she's the same age as my mom. And then there's me, and I'm just here by myself. But she is, close to my dog, and she picks up Bella when I'm working and all of that from Deidre's house, and because Bella can't stay home alone. So anyway, it's just turned into TV night, And although we haven't found too many other shows that are interesting, Virgin River, we are always right there when it comes out. Bitty bitty. Bitty bitty bitty. I have no idea. I can hear her. Bitty bitty. Where said hi. Oh, you went in and said hi? Okay. Let me go find her. Where you at, demon? Come here. Come here. Oh, I tricked you. Oh, I tricked you. Oh, my goodness. Did we trick you? We tricked her. We tricked her. She's in demon mode. Can you not see it on her face? No, you ain't doing it. Oh, no, no, no. You're not biting me neither. She can't reach my hand now. Look at that. Ow. Ow. Now I got a hold of you. You can't do nothing about it. Go on, go cause trouble. Anyway, so Virgin River is like the best, and we watch it for a few days and then get through it and all that, and it's over. And so then typically what we'll do, like this time of year, we'll just kind of watch Christmas movies and stuff. And one of the first things we did was watch, you know, the old, they show it on regular TV here every year. It's the Santa Claus is coming to town one with the abominable snowman and all that. It was on one of the channels, so we watched that first. And then we had pizza, and then we got the Virgin River going, and we watched four? I think we watched four. I have no idea. I have no idea. To be honest with you, I don't know. It's at least PG. I mean, you know, sometimes they have language and all that, so it's at least PG. I don't know what it is though, to be honest with you. But it's just a good show. So that's what I was doing, and then I didn't even look at my phone when it went off because it was on silent. And that was my own fault because I did 3 videos today up at the shop because I did work today. And so I did 3 videos today and had it on silent and forgot to turn it back on. I got some sparkling water, coconut pineapple. I love that. Hey, hey! Yeah, basically. Without all the stuff. I know, I love it. Coconut pineapple, I'm like, oh, hell yeah. So I picked it up. Me and my daughter, hey, went to Aldi's. We have Aldi's here. And they had those for 50 something cents a piece. And I'm like, give me a few. I love it. I love it. And I got it because, you know, when my blood sugar goes up, I get that metal taste in my mouth and I can't get rid of it. And it usually doesn't go away unless you get your blood sugar down, which I can't do as fast as I can taking a shot of or a drink of some kind of carbonated drink and moving it out of my, I just got to get rid of that taste. I can't handle that taste. Anyway, so then I get online and saw Curmudgeon's Corner was live. I really wanted to watch that because I know they're getting close to picking a winner. And I don't know anybody that I could nominate. Everybody that I know they're not having trouble or anything. They're doing pretty good at this point anyway. The other ones, they've already left the business and went and got full-time jobs. Or maybe they went and got full-time jobs and they just detail part-time now. But I didn't know anybody that I could nominate, but I did pass it along, that way hopefully somebody would come in but hopefully they found some good nominations and they'll be able to pick somebody to send all that good stuff to. Maybe if I'd have known it existed, I'd have applied for it when I first started. That's for sure. Or I'd have found somebody to nominate me. Hey, I could have definitely used the help to get started. 14 nominations, not bad. That's awesome. That's awesome. I hope they're able to find some good winners. I like that little program. I don't know where he come up with that idea, but it's an awesome little program. I mean, just think of the amount of people that could be helped with that. That's awesome. But anyway, oh, and Aaron mentioned something about the suicide hotline. Nobody did that, did they? I mean, we haven't had anybody do that, have we? It was last year he started it as, oh, okay. I don't know. I never knew until this year. But I never really paid much attention to their channel. So I didn't honestly know anything about it. In fact, I think I heard about it when Aaron was on the Keep It Real podcast. Okay, good deal. I just making sure that didn't come from a scary place. Seems like that is. No, I know about the hotline. I saw that part. I wanted to make sure he wasn't saying that because somebody had done that recently in our community. You know what I mean? Hello, Mr. Nate. I believe suicide hotline is something personal to him. Got it. Okay. That makes better sense. It kind of scared me a little bit because this week has been so busy for me. I have not been in the loop. I will not lie. I have been out of the loop, guys. I've been good, Mr. Nate. Today was a good day. I went up to the shop. I got 3 videos done. And then I came home, changed my clothes, went over to Miss Kay's, and we watched Virgin River and had pizza and just chilled for the evening while I froze my ass off in her house because she doesn't know what turn the heat up means. So I told her, I said, bring me the heating blanket. Holy crap. Because of it. And his brother also being a veteran. Well, and I know somebody who was a veteran. One of my volunteers. I have to go. Have a good night, Miss Outer Banks, and Merry Christmas to you too. I had my nonprofit for 10 years up until the end of 2023. And one of my event coordinators, her husband was deployed when she started helping me out. And she just had her 2 little kids, and she was basically on her own while he was overseas in Afghanistan. Look, take your demon butt on down the road. Try me. Anyway, how's your wife doing, Nate? Girlfriend, wife? Not sure which one it is. I don't remember. Anyway, her husband came home. She started struggling. She didn't want to share all of the problems that they were having. She was kind of embarrassed. She had hoped that when he came home, everything was just going to, go back to the way it was, and all of that. And it never did. And within a year and a few months, he went out to the garage to work on something in the garage and tinker around and shot himself. And It was probably one of the most unbelievable things. This guy was 26, 20 freaking 6 years old. Coming back from Afghanistan, was never right again. And could not live with himself, probably from everything he had to do and see. We don't understand it all. It's probably a good thing we don't. But you know, if we're going to send these young kids, and they're kids to me, 26 is my daughter's age. Becca would have been 26, 27. If we're going to send these kids overseas to fight these battles and these wars that the suits decided to fight, we damn sure better be there when they need us. And that's not something that's available to them. So awesome to see that there. Good. Glad you had a good day. I love the cold, and the girlfriend always, at me to turn the heat on, especially when I open the window for the cat, because she loves the cold too. But she's doing good. She went Christmas shopping today with her friends. Awesome. That is great. I love to hear that. Definitely love to hear that. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure something did not happen that I missed, because I had a very busy week this week, and I tried to stay up to date and get, be able to watch the lives and catch up on the podcasts that I watch, but I wasn't able to be in the know of everything. So I thought I better make sure and clarify in case I did miss something. My dad was a Vietnam War veteran, and we knew he had PTSD because sometimes he kept still when hearing shots. We asked him how many he killed, and always said too many, but he had a job to do. They don't make them like they used to, though. And you know what I'm talking about, Humberto. At our age, we can look back. And they don't make them like they used to be back then during the Vietnam era. The Vietnam era, they had a job to do, and they knew that. And it messed with them. But they were fighting a totally different enemy. In Iraq and the Middle East, those people are ruthless. They're sick. They're disgusting people. They'll be the first ones to throw gay people off of a roof, but they will partake in that, but the Christians are not allowed to do that. That's what they call the white people. White people are the Christians. Anyway, and the only reason I know as much as I do is because one of the childhood cancer kids that was diagnosed just a few weeks before Becca, they were our neighbors in the hospital. And the grandfather, his job was to watch on satellite, on computer, and he was intel, and because they watched them, so they were on intel, and they fed information to the troops on the ground in the Middle East from here. And we had a little cookout with the family after Becca passed away. They still are. In fact, if you guys want to know, Detail Grandma came from that little boy's grandmother. She called me the Detailing Grandma. And so I adopted it because everybody thought it was pretty catchy. And it is. I love it. I do love it. And it kind of it sets me apart, But anyway, I know enough about the Middle East to know that was a totally different enemy than those in Vietnam. And young men and women now. The young men are just, they're just made different. And all the VA wants to do is throw drugs and shove them down their throat. They don't want to help them. They don't want to help them get through that. You can give them all the drugs you want to, but that's never going to change who they are now. And you can't, I'm sorry, that is a very touchy subject for me. Only reason why is because of Dennis and my volunteer, his wife. She's never been the same since. Never. She's still single. She took that money. She sold that house because she couldn't live there. She said, I can't live there knowing what he did. I cannot. She never stepped foot in that garage again. She sent in her brother and her dad to clean all of the tools and stuff out and to take them away. She never went in there again. Never had anything to do with it. And I don't blame her. I'd have probably done the same damn thing. If that's where my husband did that, I'd never go back. So she sold the house, and she bought a house with the life insurance because, they won't help them live, but they'll pay your family pretty damn well if you do something bad to yourself or killed in action. And she bought a nice house, and she's just raising kids. And then when she makes a post on Facebook, it's about those suicide hotlines and the VA, not the VA, but the veterans things and like that. It's scary. Oh, hang on. So anyway, let me catch up on these comments, guys. He never took medication, always managed it by himself because the Veterans Hospital just went on to drugging the veterans instead of helping them with the education. He became a CPA. My little brother is an Army combat veteran, and he struggled for a little bit when he first came home, but he is doing really good now. That's good. He always said the Veterans Hospital doesn't know how to deal with the veterans and don't really help them. They just drug them. Yeah, they do. And say it's part of the PTSD. Yeah, they'll just look at it's just some PTSD and they blow it. They down talk it. You know what I mean? They make it sound like it's just PTSD. It's going to be okay. It's kind of like the doctor when he said to me when my family was calling him because of me losing my ever loving mind after Becca died. My doctor was like, "Oh, it's just PTSD." And that's where my bad taste for him began. Of course, he's no longer my doctor. But they make it sound like it's just that. It's okay. It's going to be fine. Like you're just going to get over that. It's been 12 freaking years. I'm still not over that. I can't even imagine what they're going through. I mean, I didn't go into combat like they did into a freaking war. I didn't have to pull the trigger and hurt anybody. They have to live with that. Taking lives, they have to live with that. It is more than that. That's why I check on Cash, who is an Afghanistan war veteran. You got to. I never would have. My stepdad through Vietnam in a hospital right now. Oh my goodness. It's just, they make it sound like it's just PTSD. It'll be fine. Here, take this medicine. You'll be okay. And you're like, what kind of stupid ass shit is this? Are you all not going to help people? I mean, come on. We expect him to go over there and fight our wars. No, fight their wars, which, in my opinion, that is exactly what it is. You got suits wherever making decisions like that, sending the lives, young kids' lives, and I know they're not kids, but you know what I mean. My brother would call me late at night asking me if he was crazy because everyone was telling him he needs to get help and that he is unstable, and he is nothing like that. So rather than just helping him, they're just going to toss out a directive. You know what I mean, Nate? You know what I mean? Hello, Mr. William. Um, Agent Orange, they started that thing in Puerto Rico. It'd be in the islands of, I can't say those words. They don't care. Medical, hospital will run the bill. If you're military, just facts. Oh, I know. I know. It's insane to me. So anytime that we could do something, like the hotline, um, all that kind of stuff, if there's something we can do, let's do it. And I like that he put that out there, but it kind of scared me a little bit because I thought maybe one of our guys in our community had gone through that or something had happened, you know. So I don't know. It was just a tough time for her and so many other people. So many other people. The man that is my work husband, it took him, he said, almost 10 years to get himself right. And he's only been right about 2 or 3 years now. He says, I am just now in the last few years able to get to a point where I can sleep at night. Yeah, from coming back from Afghanistan. So, you know, it's just insane how they blow that off. And it's no wonder we have the 22 a day. He would cry on my shoulder saying, I don't know what to do. And I would tell him, you're not crazy and you don't need meds. Call me any day and any time. I'm here for your brother. For you, brother. Exposed to bullshit our government did to him. Ivan Saturn, YouTube Ivan. Hello, Ivan. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, Saturn is home. So anyway, I just had to ask it. I had to ask about it. About why he had put that up there. I thought maybe there was something that I had missed. B, I'm well aware of the Vietnam War. I'm all aware of that. That I had to do all. I learned all that in school when I was a child. I'm a product of that coming home. Puerto Rico, because it's the place that was most similar to Vietnam climate. My dad was in 62 and a post as MP and read about it, and they abandoned the post because they didn't and about the time we start recovering from the Vietnam War, then we got to get into this Middle East shit, and it never ends. It never ends. You can't get it to be over. Look at it right now. You can't get that crap to be over. Why? What is that? And I'm like, what the hell are we doing here? But whatever. Somebody better get a handle on it. So that's where my mind went when he put that up. But I'm glad that he did. I've never seen him sign off with all that. So that's where that comes from, is that took me by surprise. Well, my biological father is a Vietnam vet. So yeah, I'm a product of the Vietnam veterans coming home. And it was awful then. War is awful. And that's what we're talking about. War is awful. And we've got too many people taking their lives. And the reason we got into the subject is because I had seen one of the other lives and he'd put the hotline number up. And I was scared that somebody had, in our community, our detailing community, had done something. So, sorry to hear that. Anyway, I just had to ask, Mr. Humberto. I was like, Anyway, so I got 2 videos done last night. I was up until about 1:30 in the morning getting those 2 videos done. That left me with 3 more videos to do. Deeply sorry for your dad, B. Excuse me. So I had 5 when I started last night. 5 videos to edit. I knocked out 2. That left me with 3. And I went and did 3 more today. I told my daughter, I said, I just need to quit making videos for just a few days. Give myself time to catch up. But then you can't catch up when you go over and watch 4 episodes of Virgin River. He believes in Christ. There you go. Totally understandable. So anyway, yeah, put myself right back into the same spot I was last night, +1. I can't win for losing. But the first 2 videos of 2025 are posted, and there'll be 6 more whenever I get to those. And because I have details Monday and Tuesday, and the one on Tuesday is actually not a detail. It's I got to do that interior kit that I have. We're going to put it in the Cadillac. The only difference is it will not go on the seats, because the seats are real leather in that Cadillac. So the seats won't get coated, but everything else he wants coated. He's like, that brought the color out so much. So that's what I'm doing Tuesday. And Monday, we're supposed to do the headliner on that Impala. So, that's where I stand. Where do all of you stand? Here, lay down. No, see? No. No. You don't, no. You're a demon. A flat demon. Raj! I can't hear anything but tuning in for a like and a heart emoji because I saw the live. Thank you, Raj. I hope you have a good one. You can come back whenever you get a chance. Let's see. Do you know what brown water men were in Vietnam? No. Oh, this cat. She is such a menace. Such a menace. Comes up and rubs on me. Love you too, Raj. have fun at your club. And jumps up here on the chair and then attacks me. No, go on. Go on. I'll spray your butt. And she walks around the house. I just started vacation from work, off for the next 2 weeks. Today we began moving furniture in preparation for Christmas. Hey, our family is way too big. We've outgrown doing Christmas at somebody's house, because nobody has big enough houses. The other thing is that we've got to have houses that can accommodate the wheelchair for my dad. So what we've been doing the last few years is renting out little office or meeting rooms and clubhouses. And so last year we were up at the conference room at the hotel where the daughter works. And this year we are up at the clubhouse where my aunt lives. And so we're going to go up Tuesday evening and throw some decorations up before everybody comes because of church. Hang on just a second. I got to go get her. She's into something. Hey, what are you doing? You need to stop it, Menace. Oh my goodness. So I forgot to start. Oh, it's Christmas. So we'll do all that Tuesday evening. But Tuesday I'm going to try and get another product taken care of. That way I can get that. I'm trying to get as many videos made before I go into 2025. With all the products that have been sent to me. That way I can go into 2025 starting all of the reviews on the Phoenix EOD. I've got the C6 glass coating I need to do. Do you know when you get that kit, there's no instructions? You have to go watch a video, but there are no instructions in those kits. None. At all. And I'm like, I don't know how to use this, and I am not always good with videos. So anyway, I have a lot of products that I have to get through. Now, I've knocked a lot of them out in the last 2 weeks. I've knocked a lot of them out. Let's see. I just sent you a video of me and my mates in the club. I've told they... Oh, they have QR code. Yeah, I know. I know. But the problem with the videos is I always miss information. I have a tendency to miss information. And so it's probably not a good idea for me to... you told them. Okay. So anyway, it's probably not a good idea when you've got that coating on the windshield to go back and refer to a video. It would still be nice to have the instructions. Holy crap, my hair. My hair. Anyway. So I've got that to do. I still have coatings that need to be done. Exterior coatings, ceramic coatings. And then I still have some of that interior cleaner. Or interior coating. And my dad and I were talking about some possibilities for everything I still have to do. I still have 7 items without including any of the Phoenix EOD stuff. I still have 7 items that have to be reviewed, installed, used, video made for them, all that. That's crazy. We got to tell Ivan and Nick to write the instructions to you. Yeah, it would be nice to have at least a little card, with the basics. And then watch the video for more extensive instructions. That kind of thing. But give me the basics. How long is that coating supposed to be on there? I have a tendency when I'm watching these videos to miss specific information that is extremely important. It is what it is. I just applied them without instructions as I have been applying many. I've never done one of theirs. I've never done the C6 coating. And the only glass coating that I had done up to this point is the Cerakote one. And it's very different than the DIY detail one. So I've not done those type of professional coatings before. And that's why it would be nice, because I want the video, yes. But I can promise you, with as fast as my brain is constantly running, I will miss information. I'll miss some of it. And then I'll have coatings sitting on that window. And it's like, holy hell. I don't remember how long I'm supposed to leave this on here. Then you got to go back through the video, So, I just need the instructions. Just for safety's sake. I don't want to ruin anybody's windshields, even though that one's going on my pickup. But still. So I've still got 7 products that have to be either reviewed or installed, used, and a video made. And then you add in all of the Phoenix EOD products, and that's 5 others. So I'm trying to get it to where Phoenix EOD, with maybe a couple of stragglers, is left. I have done DIY Detail, Car Pros, G-Technic, Naziol, Ethos, Dr. Beasley's, Majestic Solutions, and others. Yay. Are you rubbing it in? I ordered Chronos from Phoenix EOD. Did you order it from Phoenix EOD, or did you order it from the distributor? You're trying to rub it in. Some of us have not been doing this, but more a couple years. Speaking of Chronos, is that the... No. The Immortal is the 1 year, right? And the Chronos is the... Not rubbing it in, just that many are similar on application. Okay. So then I'm going to get your butt on the phone while I'm doing this, and you can tell me every step of it. Okay? Immortal is 1 year. Okay. And Chronos is what? Some sweat and some don't. The Cerakote one did sweat. The only problem is Oscar came over when I had that on there, and I wasn't supposed to leave it on there for more than 5 minutes. He came over and it stayed on for 10 minutes. And it did leave like a ghosting effect of that sweating. So I told my mom, check it out. If you don't like it, let me know. I will use a polisher on there and pull it off. Or 8 years. Got to recheck. Well, the reason I was asking is because The 1 year is the one that you and Eileen said I could use on the interior, right? Or is that the Immortal? That is the Immortal. The 1 year. Interior 2. Got it. That's the one I want to get and give it a try. And then I learned today that Suds Lab has a stain guard fabric spray, and it is supposedly excellent stuff. Chronos is marine type and is for exteriors. Yes. Okay. I thought you said one of them was for interior. I remember Eileen talking about that. But I couldn't remember which one she was talking about. I thought she said it was the 1 year, or maybe it was you. And so I wanted to check which one was which, because I want to get that on my list. Or marine grade is how you call it. Whatever. All you have to do is say marine, we'll know. So, I just got to keep going, and that way I can get through all of the... We both said is Immortal since it's 1 year, and it's also for interiors. I think I remember that, but I specifically remember Eileen mentioning it, and so I knew you would know his products just as well. So I will get that on my list. That way I can get one in here and we can use that. If he gets this car lot, this is all part of our talks. If he gets this car lot, we are going to be looking for ceramic coatings that we can put on there, maybe 1 year's, that we can put on there and use it as a selling point. Of course, I told him, I said, not a lot of people know what a ceramic coating is, or when to get it, or what it does, or anything like that. It's not something that a lot of people know. So it may not be a good selling point, but I did say you can give it a try and see what happens. So we're actually thinking about putting a ceramic coat on the blue Chevy Cruze that is still there on the lot. He says maybe if we've repainted it, put a lot of money into it to get it fixed. If we ceramic coat it, then maybe, just maybe, somebody will see that if we add it to the description. And, you know, if he does that, he's going to have to cash in on it. That's what we're using right now, is the Turtle Wax ceramic spray, but obviously it's temporary. What's the difference between the Turtle Wax Seal and Shine and the Turtle Wax ceramic spray? What's the difference? Longevity? Durability? What is the difference? And the Griot's Garage 3-in-1, I saw that over at O'Reilly's the other day. I need to get you to type faster, dude. So let's see. I have the videos coming out are the Cerakote glass coat, Seal and Shine is more chemical resistant and has long durability like Griot's Garage 3-in-1, but the one from Griot's Garage lasts longer. Oh. Lasts longer. But what's the difference between... Dude is thinking on how to translate it. But is there a difference between the Seal and Shine as far as longevity? Because you get what? 3 to 4 months protection on a ceramic spray coat. So what's the difference between that from Turtle Wax and the Seal and Shine? How much more protection, I mean, how much longer protection does that provide you? That's I'm trying to figure out the best way to ask my question. Because if it's not going to, hey, if it's not going to provide any more than what I already get out of the ceramic spray coating, would it be worth it? But I still got to try the Griots 3-in-1. So I'm going to get that eventually. It's on my list. Oh, Dark Fury on the bugs. That's another video coming. Headlight Restoration by Cerakote is coming. Ceramic coat on the bumper cover for the BMW that's on the back side of the shop. A ceramic like Immortal is for a year, so lasts longer than a Seal and Shine or 3-in-1. Anyway, so I've got several videos coming. I just need to get them edited. And I want to get that interior kit used up. My foot itches, so you're going to rock and roll for a minute. Ceramic gloss from DIY Detail lasts for several months too. Yeah, I figure the ceramic gloss is more like the Turtle Wax ceramic spray coating. You know, they've got about 3 to 4 months. Or at least that's what it seems like to me. But ceramic gloss is really a good topper. I really like it on the pickup over that ceramic coat. That's my thought. But I really do like the Turtle Wax. You haven't tried the DIY Detail ceramic coat? I thought you've done the stack. There's more videos. I can't even think of what they are. I think Chelsea uses the ceramic coat from McGuire's. Oh, I've never used the ceramic coat from McGuire's. I thought you used a DIY detailed ceramic coat. So which one have you not tried? You just said you haven't tried the ceramic coat. And I don't think that that stack provides more protection. It doesn't seem to me like that stack would add protection. I just don't feel like it would give you the 11 years. I need to put a ceramic coat on my truck, but not sure which one to go with. The one from McGuire's, I haven't tried. Oh, I haven't tried. I haven't done that either. I just use the turtle wax, ceramic spray coating, the ceramic gloss by DIY Detail. As far as coatings, Nate, Humberto has had more experience with the ceramic coatings than I have. The only ones that I have used so far is DIY Detail. We have an 8-year coating on my pickup. I just did a 3-year graphene coating on those BMW wheels, and then on the wheel faces of my mom's car. And then today I did the bumper cover for that race car in the back of my shop because they're getting ready to put it back together. I went ahead, it's because we're going to ceramic coat that car. And so we went ahead and did the ceramic coat on the bumper cover. And the hood, which is not on it either, I'm going to put it on sawhorses, give it a good polish, and then get a ceramic coat on it also. You can do G-Technics, CSL, or DIY Detail 8-year or 5-year, or Majestic Solutions Shield Repel. Have you done a ceramic coat before, Nate? You haven't yet, have you? Okay, Humberto. You haven't done a ceramic coat yet, have you? Not a legitimate one. No, just the basic spray wax with ceramic in it. Yep. And up until June of this year, that's all I had done. And I hope that you've had a chance to watch that video and seen that, you know, even me, I psyched myself out bad on doing the ceramic coat. And it turned out to literally be nothing. It's like, man, what the heck? And now it's like nothing for me. I put a ceramic coat on the bathroom shower, so it's like nothing for me now. Now I'm not afraid of it. But man, going into that, I was so nervous. I'm like, I am not going to be able to do this. And that's why I went down there. I knew I couldn't do it. I don't know. I like the DIY detail one. But I guess it just depends on your favorite products. I mean, do you have some good products that you use on a regular basis? Do you have a particular brand? I think you were here the other night when we were talking about that. You know, what brand do you go is your go-to? You know, I don't even know if PNS has a coating. Does PNS have a coating? You got new ones like Pan Clean by Pan. Could go with something like that. I don't know nothing about it, but Carlos seems to think it's pretty easy to work with. I think they do. Maybe if that's your go-to brand, why don't you start there? Just start there. I mean, stick with your go-to and start there. Grab one, put it on your vehicle because it's easy to take off. You just polish it and get it back off once it's cured. But you know, you use your vehicle, you get some experience putting it on there, and you know, start there since that's your go-to brand. Um, I only reason I have the coatings that I do is because I was in the DIY tuber program for a little while, and DIY Details sent everything in their line to us. So we got everything down to the adhesive or adhesive promoter polish and all of that. I always test products on my own first. That's how I learned how to run a polisher was my own. Yep, me too. Well, I take that back. I didn't really know how to get into polishing. I was just doing what I had to get by on the dealership cars. Some of them come in and you're going, holy crap, how's this car going to sell? You can't put the hefty price tag on it that you want to if it looks like that. And so I had to learn how, because my dad was always more familiar with a rotary. I had a palm polisher. I have a palm polisher. My dad bought the 10-inch, basically the same concept. And then the rotary. So I was actually playing around with the rotary first. Now, the rotary, in my opinion, does not get done what I think it should. And it's probably nothing more than just my inexperience using it. But when I went down, I worked with the detail dudes who were the local people here at the time. They're now separate and they went out on their own. They helped me kind of get a little bit comfortable with the polisher, but it was nothing like what Carlos did when I went down there. And then I was able to, you know, not be afraid of the polisher, which is what I was afraid of it. And the one thing that stuck in my head all the time was what everybody seems to say is they always seem to say, you got to be careful or you burn through the paint. And in reality, you can burn through paint. However, chances of that happening are like not even there for what you're doing. That's more for the paint correction, 2-step or above. So I was terrified. You heard it on my video. You know, I mean, it was tough because I was like terrified of the polisher. But at the time, I knew, or I had thought, I was going to be doing this pickup right alongside him. And he was kind of on his own because I knew nothing about what the hell I was doing. And then he called in his buddies. And that helped. That helped to get that under control. I prefer my Rupes orbital polisher, way easier to learn. And I also learned just by playing around and then watching some DIY detail videos that, those sanders, the sanders with the vibration on them, and they're the DA, they're dual action. You can literally throw a pad on a sander and be able to pull off the same job as if you were using a heavy polisher, okay? And on the dealership cars, I had no problem pulling out that sander, throwing a pad on there, some polish, going to town, getting her done, and out of there. And so I technically learned to polish with a freaking sander and a rotary. And a palm polisher. But the palm polisher, I do lots of stuff. I do the headliner with it. You can do the seats with it, and I have. It's got that, it's orbital. And so anyway, I've learned quite a bit this year. I was just talking about that. That's another video that's coming out. My year in review for 2024. I always do one at the end of each year. So this is my third one. And I talk about all the things that leveled me up this year. This year has been a huge year. I knew nothing up until June of this year. I knew nothing about exteriors. Nothing. If you can believe that. But it worked out. I was pretty pleased with myself for learning, gaining the confidence, experimenting, trying. I just kept telling myself, you'll never fail if you don't try. Which is true. If you don't try, you can't fail. And you can't learn if you don't fail. Do you have the LHR 15 Nasty Nate? I'm not even sure what that is. Is it a Rupes polisher? I got this sinus thing going on, you guys. It hurts right here. I need to learn more. I did learn how to use a steam cleaner on door panels that are stained from cigarette stains. There you go. You know what? I don't even use an extractor anymore. Hardly ever. I just use a shop vac in the steamer. And I saw on a carpet cleaning channel, they have a steamer and it's got these fancy attachments. So now I'm thinking it'll have to wait till my birthday. But maybe I can talk my family into going all in together and getting me a steamer with all the attachments. That way I can do a better job on those seats, have better coverage quicker. You know what I mean? Your Dark Nature. Hello. Any wise advice for young generation how to get through hard times? How you doing? Well, the only advice that I like to give anybody, it's really just basic advice. But when it comes to hard times, obviously the advice is going to vary based on the hard times. So the best thing that I can tell you is to always stay true to yourself. For example, if you're going through a breakup, always stay true to yourself. Because in the end, if you aren't taking care of you, you can't fix anything and you can't heal. If it can't be fixed, you won't be able to heal until you stay true to yourself. And Always, always, always treat everybody the way you want to be treated. That is probably the most important part. It's so easy nowadays for us to snap. Believe me, I know. Guilty 101. It's harder not to snap and to step back and say, you know what? Maybe I'm just going to blow this off with a little comment and then move on. And sometimes it's okay to just say very little and move on. But always treat people with the way that you want to be treated in any situation. And that is the best advice I can give, is those two things. Those two things are going to carry you through most everything. I have the 21 Bigfoot Rupes Random Orbital. You're welcome. You're welcome. Anytime. Anytime. And I forgot what I was saying, guys. I've been going to some hard times lately. Well, if you don't mind, we don't know who you are. What kind of hard times? Maybe you can help us to understand better. Maybe the advice would be different. You know, the advice would honestly, it could change with each different situation, especially when they're hard times. We were just talking about some pretty hard times earlier, and it's different for everybody. You know, like when my husband died, you know, dealing with that for myself was one way, but dealing with it from my neighbor's standpoint, because she's a widow also, it was different. Everybody's different. That polisher has made me so much money. Best investment ever. So my question to you, Nate, here's a question. How do you sell that service? How do you sell that exterior service? One thing I'm still struggling with, and I haven't ventured into that side, is selling the exterior services. To change myself, work on myself, find a job. It is hard for me to accept 9 to 5 job. I don't know why. Mentally, I feel drained, always on low energy, and it is hard for me to do anything. Not laziness, just not feeling well. Not feeling well physically, or is it more mentally and it's morphing into a physical not feeling well? Because that can happen. If you're not right here, that can, because when my daughter died, I will not lie to you, let me tell you, the pain that I was feeling in my head and my heart from my daughter dying was going into my body. Everything hurt. My arms were hurting. I couldn't move. I went to work finally about 6 weeks after she died. And when I came home, and all throughout the day, just driving that truck, it was killing me. And when I came home, I sat down and I couldn't move. I was in such a sad state emotionally that it was manifesting itself physically. I would say mentally and also physically, but more mentally, and my body not functioning normal. People look at my truck and asked if I can buff out the scratches from all the hunting trips, because I live in the country and everyone here hunts, but they still want nice trucks. That's interesting. So you just basically use your own to sell that to them. So dark nature, What needs to happen is I'm just going to kind of give this to you and you take it whichever way you need to take it. Knowing that feeling, obviously for different reasons. What's happened is emotionally you're not right. Your heart's not in the right direction, your head's not straight, you're depressed. That's manifesting into physical pain. It's hard for you to, because of that, find that job. Okay? It's hard for you to get that job. It's hard for you to keep that job. And then it hurts like hell to work the job. And then it hurts like hell because you already don't feel good. That kind of thing. So the best thing for you to do, now I don't know what type of person you are. Not everybody is this way. Maybe find a therapist that you can go in and chit chat with and kind of go over some things that might be holding you back and holding you down mentally, dealing with trauma, whatever has caused that. Because once you find the cause, then you can start to fix. See what I'm saying? And it took me a few years, but I did. Took me a few years. I finally went into therapy and I started looking at things and talking about things and trying to sort it all out because everything was so bunched up. And she told me to get a dog. And I thought, she's out of her damn mind. And I'm not telling you to get a dog, but I am saying that she did help me find my healing, if that makes any sense. But at the same time, it's not really possible to heal from losing a child. But it made me able to start functioning because I was able to work through a lot of that depression and PTSD. That's the subject we were talking about earlier. I was able to work through a lot of that where I could start functioning. I was a truck driver during all of that up until 2 years ago. I'm only part-time now, but up until 2 years ago, I was a full-time truck driver. I hurt all the time. I couldn't hardly find the energy to get anything done. It was just awful. But when we get stuck in a depressed state and emotionally messed up, we've got to find the willpower to stop being stuck. And a lot of times we're stuck. And we've got to find somebody outside of our circle. I know that a lot of people want to talk to somebody they're comfortable with. But in the reality of things, you got to talk to somebody that is not in your circle. And I'll tell you why. Because they will have a tendency to, because they love you and care about you, they'll have a tendency to pat your back and just tell you it's okay. But you need somebody who's not in your circle who's going to go down those rough roads. Because you can't get anywhere without taking those rough roads. So, I would say find a way to get some therapy, even if, because nowadays, when I graduated from college, they just started doing this. And that's like telehelp. And it's pretty inexpensive. I mean, you're just spending a little bit of time on video with a therapist, and you're just kind of working things out. You never have to leave home. You don't have to go somewhere, so nobody would see you getting therapy. I know that's another cliche, maybe. You know, a lot of people are embarrassed about getting therapy. Never, ever be embarrassed to get therapy, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, I always fell in the same circle over and over and over again. And again, and it's really bad. Yes. That's why I'm telling you. And I did the same thing. I was depending on my mama. I'm like, Mama, I don't know how to do this life without my husband. I need Jerry here. I can't do this. But you know who actually helped me get through that? was a guy that was another truck driver. Him and I were on a dedicated route. We lived in the same city, worked in another dedicated route, and I started talking to him on the phone every night. Him and I did meat and produce for Walmart. So he would go run his delivery, and I would go run my delivery, and him and I would be on the phone all night long. And it was just that few months talking to him before he moved on to another company. We did talk to him a little bit, but we talked off and on, but it was talking to somebody outside of all of that I was able to start to process. He didn't understand what being a widow was. He didn't know anything about losing a spouse to death, but he was able to help me. So, and then when I graduated from college, when I was in college, you learn all of those things that you got to go outside your circle. You cannot find healing within your circle because your circle has a tendency to enable your bad behavior. And it's not because they want you to be enabled, it's because they love you and they don't want to hurt your feelings. And sometimes we need somebody to hurt our feelings so that we actually see the reality in our situation. So it's going to be a little bit tough, but you will survive. Keep your head up, though, okay? I am 19 years old. You're still young. You're still young. You got a lot of learning to do, but you'll come away. Oh, nothing. I don't do anything. I just don't feel good. What I want you to do is try to change your mindset a little bit. Change your mindset a little bit. Tell yourself every morning, I'm going to have a good day. I'm going to feel better today, only today. And start changing your mindset a little bit. And then tell yourself, I'm going to go out there. And you know what? Don't get a full-time job. Get a part-time job. Right now, that's all that's really hiring anyway. So just tell yourself, I'm going to go get a part-time job. A lot of people do not understand psychologically you can do a lot for yourself and just by changing your thinking process. And it took a lot for me to learn that, and to actually do it is harder. You can know it, but doing it is actually very difficult to do, but try it. When you get out of bed, and I finally had to do it, when I got out of bed every morning, I told myself, you have got to make it through the day. Do what you got to do to make it through the day, and you can come home and just relax, just calm down. When I'm not speaking, do you hear how quiet it is in this house? That is a result of me needing to turn down the chaos in my head. And now, I don't change it. Let me catch up on some comments. Thank you. I will take all the advice. I will really try. Good luck to you. We're always here, by the way. If you see me live, hit that sub button. If you see me live, you're more than welcome to come in and hang out with us. We don't care. First, your name here doesn't help you. Yeah. Change it from being with a dark nature to good, positive nature. There you go. That might be a good start, too. It's just a matter of changing your thinking. But you're more than welcome to come hang out with us. Where's the menace? She's over there sleeping. She crawled up there with Bella. Let me see. Do you do work like doing your bed as a goal? Oh, yeah. Oh, I was going to say that a little bit ago. How did you know I don't even make my bed? I actually don't. You know what? I was just going to say that. Dark nature. Now, what's your first name? My first name is Chris. And the man you're talking to is Humberto. First from Puerto Rico. His name is Humberto. Get up every morning. That was when I told you a minute ago that I changed my way of thinking. I got up and I said, okay, I'm going to go to work. I'm going to try to just get through the day. And I made my bed every single day, every single morning. Yeah, Jazzy's doing really good. She's doing that whenever. My name is Max. All right, Max. My name is Chris, like I said, and Humberto, and then Nate is in here too. But yeah, you got to change your way of thinking. You would be shocked. After 21 days, you develop a habit. If you do the same thing for 21 days, it becomes a habit. That's why I can't quit smoking. But yes, that was part of my change, is making my bed. And the other thing that I did is um, when you come out of my bedroom, you go into the master bath. I live in a mobile home, so the master bath is in that room. And so you go into the bathroom, and I have a problem. When I take my work clothes off, I throw them damn things over the edge of the tub. The big garden tub, I had to tell myself, quit doing that. And so I made it a point every day to, no, we're not going to do that. Go put it in the hamper. So you know how I changed it? I brought the hamper into the bathroom. Anyway, Nate, Jazzy will do that. Like she wants the menace to leave her alone. And then that broad, she'll go right up into her and into the space where this menace is and I'm like, you little What are you doing, Jazzy? Huh? What are you doing? Let's see. Oh, so she's got a typical tortitude. My girl does the same. She's always, oh, I know, she's a mess. Dark nature laughing. Yeah. I did. I moved that hamper straight into that bathroom, and I stopped doing that. I started doing it again recently, and I think a lot of that is because I'm now part-time as a truck driver. So if I wore the jeans for 7 or 8 hours on the truck, because I'm local now when I'm on the part-time, I just wear the jeans the next day. I'm not going to go and wash 2 pairs of jeans. You know what I mean? So I will throw some things over there. Maybe my JAMA clothes, my bed clothes, my lounging clothes, I might throw those there because I'll wear those once or twice. Usually twice. But I'm going to put them back on. But I don't do the stuff that I did before. I started making little bitty changes. Now, see, you want things to change, then you have to change them, starting with yourself on how you're doing things. And then even therapy helps too, yes. Is making a bed important thing to do? Making a bed important thing to do. I agree with making a bed, but does it help? Like, I really want to change. I really want to be disciplined guy and to start loving my life. And you made me really, really happy. The only thing you can do is try. I just said that to Nate. Well, I think it was Nate. Maybe I was talking to, I think it was Nate. You can't fail unless you try. And you can't learn unless you fail. So, there you go. There's your psychobabble of the day. Yeah, you got to take those little things and change them. And I do. Now, you have to understand, I'm still messed up in the head. I do not sleep underneath my comforter on my bed. My bed stays made with the same comforter that was on there when my husband died. I always leave it there. And I have blankets on top of it. And then I pull them all off once or twice a month and go and throw them in the wash. And then I start my time over, even though I never used them. But anyway, yeah, you have to make your bed. And you would be surprised making positive changes in little things like that will start helping you to positively change. But you just have to look at everything differently. And that's not easy to do. Just saying. Do you comb your hair? Do you clean your room? Make the bed, cook or learn to cook. All basic care of yourself. Hello, I just recently turned 20 and now American citizen. Congratulations. And also got a job as a truck driver right now. I'm in Colorado Springs. Just wanted to say hi because I haven't seen you in a good minute. I haven't seen you either, but I do remember you. How you doing? You being careful out there? Dark Nature Max said, to be honest, I just sometimes make myself a toast and that's it. You know what you should do? Let me get something real quick. One thing they told me to do was take their psychobabble medication. Well, I have a degree in psychology and I'm like, no. So I did some research because I love vitamins. And do you know what the natural antidepressant is? A natural antidepressant is hops. It's called hops. Okay? Now, this bottle is almost empty because the last 30 days have been literal hell. But it smells like shit, but it will calm you down. Not even kidding. So, don't necessarily allow a therapist or a doctor to put you on an antidepressant. Get you some hops. Can you see it? Full spectrum, and this is stress and mood support. You can get it on Amazon. Max, that's not disappointing. Just things that at your age you don't necessarily see, and as now you are requiring some guidance because you asked. Yeah, take what you want to take and leave what you don't want. Oh, also, I means grandma in German. Omi, how am I saying it right? Omi means grandma in German. Ah, that's awesome. I learned a new word, Humberto, and it wasn't from you today. But Dark Max, get you some hops. Not kidding. The instructions say take 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. It's very safe. It will not hurt you. And it will not alter your judgment. Hops is what they put in beer. Okay? And when you take the hops, it's safe. You're not loopy and all of that good stuff. But you're not drinking and destructive to yourself either. Okay? Ben, what are you doing? Oh, I'm drinking some hops now. Yes, this is the safer option, is hops. Hops is the safer option, but it keeps the toxic part of the beer out, and it gives you the stress and the mood support that you need to kind of calm down. Okay, so and it helps you just kind of feel a little more peaceful. Like I said, this December is the worst month for me. My husband's all 1 week. My grandfather died December 8th. My husband's birthday would have been December 10th. My daughter died on December 12th. And then we buried her on December 17th. So it's like a week from hell. And I have been going through some stuff. But I am not a drinker. I don't want to be. I can't stand that crap. But I love my vitamins. I have 17 vitamins a day. And hops has been a major lifesaver for me because I will not take that. I will not take those SSRIs or any of those psychoactive drugs. I'm not going to do it. She has some major anxiety. Good deal, Ben. Definitely try it. Yes. Okay, I missed what you said. Hang on just a second. I appreciate it for real. You don't know how much it means to me for someone to talk to me, give me advice. My close circle is not good listeners. They just say I'm lazy and that's it. See, and that's just it. You know, a lot of people don't realize, I mean, it's easy. We do what's easy. We do what's easy. And it's easiest for me to call my mom and, oh, I can't handle this life. And I'm bawling, sobbing, and I'm a freaking mess. My mother doesn't have any way whatsoever to listen, to understand and relate to what I'm going through. She listened every single time. And then it dawned on me, girl, get your crap together because your mother doesn't even understand or doesn't even know how to help. And my mother was like, oh, no, you're not it's nothing bad, and really it was. I wasn't eating. I was smoking myself to death. Not even kidding. And I started looking outside my circle, unintentionally found that in Edward, and he's on my Facebook still today. I don't get to talk to him much, but he's still a truck driver. Max, do you see yourself as lazy? Yeah, if they're calling you lazy, I hope that you kind of look at that. Am I lazy? Or are they misconstruing what I'm doing? But my mom had a tendency of enabling me. But that's because she was trying her best to be consoling. But you got to get outside that circle. Geez, Grandma. God bless you for being so strong. Thank you, Ben. Everybody can be strong. I'm not an anomaly. Everybody has the ability. And I'm not really strong. Ask Humberto. Ask Humberto and Carlos. I mean, if it weren't for those two this last month, I mean, they listened to me through lives. Carlos and I were on the phone. They don't know anything about it, but they're not in my circle. And my family, even still today, has a tendency to kind of baby me. Let's see, I kind of do, but it is more than that. I don't have anyone to talk to, so I just do what they say I am, and then show them my lazy picture that I hate. Similar, like my mother, kind of, well, she can listen, but mostly it is okay. It's all good. Love you, homie. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. I'm about to start driving to Denver. You be careful out there. You be careful. It's I heard they were going to have some weather out there Monday. So keep on your toes. Be careful, okay? Show my nails. I don't have my nails done. These are my nails. How you doing, Nandinis? E, you be careful. Be safe out there. Let's see, Max. Then you can change it by starting to do things like cleaning your room yourself. Yes, that's another thing. Take a shower every single morning or every single evening before bed. Always take a shower. Showers have a tendency to be relaxing. So if you find that you're stressing out maybe at 5 o'clock in the evening, go take a shower. Make it a habit of taking a shower at that time. Once a day. People will tell you man up, but man up isn't necessarily what you have to do. Just, it's a matter of changing what you see, what you also see and know isn't right. It's cold as shit over here. Ben, it's cold. I'm tired of this cold. And it just frickin' begun. Ugh. How's the weather where you are? Got it? Supposed to get down to 5 tonight here. Man, you can keep that. Take some hops. Or put it in your pipes or something so they don't freeze. I don't even know if you can do that, but hey, sounded good. It's cold. Let me see. What's the temperature here? Temperature is 26 degrees. Nate says, I take bubble bath with Epsom salt before bed every night. Helps with stress, and stress will make your body sore as shit. It sure will. And that's why when I was doing my jewelry business, I got into bath salts. And I had been in bath salts. But I got into adding scents and all of that to bath salts. And I learned how to mix them, where you use the Epsom salt and the pink salt and things like that. And I started pushing that because it is so helpful. Because when you get those baths with the salt, what it does is it ups your magnesium. And that's another vitamin you might want to look into, Max, is magnesium. Magnesium also will help with balancing those hormones that cause a lot of that depression. So you might look into that too. But that salt gives our bodies the magnesium it needs, and that's why it has a tendency to be soothing to us. Yeah, I sometimes respect others more than myself, but I also heard that if you don't respect yourself, you can't respect others. Amen. But I mostly put others in front. I don't care about me sometimes at all, so I got a lot to work on. The only thing you need to do as far as that particular thing is concerned, you don't have to stop putting people or making people important, but you must make yourself important, because you're a human being just like myself, just like Humberto and Nate and Ben, everybody. We're all human. That thing just cut out. Make sure you cannot take care of anybody else if you know how to take care of yourself. You cannot love another person unless you love yourself. And if you do not treat people with the respect that you expect, then you better start pushing people back until you learn it. You know what I mean? You don't have to cut them out completely, just push them back. And start working on you. Max is going to be number one. And you got to say that to yourself every day. And no, it's not selfish. Not at all. Potassium, magnesium, and zinc. Yes. Make yourself first and be respectful. Yes. If you can't respect anybody unless you respect yourself. Is it easy to do, Max? Hell no. Not at all. But if you look at it as something that's very important, you will. You'll understand. And you will start to see. But yeah, you got to make your bed every day. Because that shows that you do care about something in your life. No, I'm not walking away from this bed or this bedroom until I make that bed. No, I'm not crawling in that bed until I've had a shower. Even if it is nothing more than jump in, soak down, rub the head, get on out. 3-minute shower. I can't even tell you how many 3-minute showers I take. Do the little things. If you, I don't see, you probably don't live alone. Yeah, I have to set it a priority. Yes, you have to be a priority. You have to be that priority. Nobody else is going to take care of you, Max. You have to do it for yourself. to do something out of myself and start to appreciate you. Yeah. And if you can't appreciate yourself, you can't heal. And you need to heal. You need to get that depression under control. And I'm not kidding. You open this bottle and that stuff stinks. But it's the best thing on the planet. They always say the worst smelling shit is the best. There's your euphemism for the day. There you go. The worst smelling shit is the best shit. I'll let you Google that. I'm not going to mince words. But yeah, Max, starting today, you are number one. You're too young to be going through this shit. But you're going through it. So find a way to get through it. Brush your teeth after waking up. Comb your hair. Take a shower. Do the bed. Clean the room. Change clothes and wash them. Don't let your mom do it for you. Yes. You have to do everything for yourself. And the reason that you would do that is because, number one, it gives you a sense of accomplishment. Number one. Number two, it will start, as you make it a habit, it will start to give you a sense of purpose. Okay? And you have to make it a point in the next 10 days, even if I don't see you ever again, in the next 10 days, you got to do all of those things at home. And you have to put in at least 5 applications, even if it's for part-time work. And when you go to work, you tell yourself, no, I don't feel good, but I'm going to get through today. Because there is something to it, one day at a time. There you go. You can take those YouTube cooking classes. Do you like to cook? What kind of things do you like to do? Are you a gamer? Are you into hunting? Are you... Shit, I don't even know what 19-year-old guys do. I don't even know what my son did. My son was too into girls. He didn't do what grandma tells you to do. If you see things that don't look correct, then fix what doesn't seem right. And no, don't try and take everything on at once. We're just giving you kind of a guide. But don't take everything on at once. Start with the bed. For the next 5 days, all you're going to do is make sure you do not walk out of that bedroom without making that bed. Even if you're still in your pajamas. And as far as breakfast is concerned, find you some vitamins, take your vitamins, and you make 2 pieces of toast and 4 of those little sausages. Because you get your protein and you get your sugars to get your body going. Sometimes I try to cook. I mostly play video games, but I used to love going into nature, running, doing street workout, but now mostly video games. Well, that's half your problem. You're not moving around. I raced cars and chased girls when I was 19. Okay, well, that's what Marshall did, so I didn't know what I was doing, but you got to get off the video games. You can, there you go. Now, that would be a hell of a challenge and a hell of an accomplishment if you could do it, Max. Tell yourself you're not going to play video games except these 4 hours in your day. No more. Hello, Mason. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. And love to drive around in my car listening to music, sometimes driving fast. Well, be careful doing that. eggs, 2 toasts, 2 or to 4 sausages, and milk. That's just gross. I would never drink milk. Blech. Yeah, video games are, I know a lot of people say, video games are not doing this damage. Yes, it is. Video games they are creating a cell change in the brains of younger people. And that is because they're not out gaining the growth that they need and putting their brain to work with the things outside of in life. So you got to start cutting that down. You don't have to take it out. Just start cutting that down. Video games have been all part of my life, I'm sure. And I can tell you right now, that's probably 50%, if not more, of your problem. Because your brain is not trained anymore. And it never really was. You're still too young. I missed a comment. Hang on. Mason says, it's been a minute. Good to see you. Good to see you too. I hope you're doing okay, Mason. All my life, literally, since I was 3 years old. Yep. That's what's wrong. So now you have to train your brain. That's really what's going on. That's scary. I nailed that shit. You should limit them to an hour. Are dang near brain dead. They are. And they don't know it. They think we're crazy for saying it, but they don't realize the damage they've done to themselves. It is completely, you are so off balance, and your brain is it's not being used for what it's designed for. It's stuck on this. And you got to get it, you got to break that cycle. Now, I'm not saying you got to lose it altogether, but you have to get away from it so your brain will start to develop. And I know that sounds bad, but that's really the truth. Your brain is not developed. Yeah, your body's not moving either. You got to get out there in the world. I say, of course, if it's something that you do all the time, obviously you can't just go cold turkey. Because if it's like smoking, there's no way to go cold turkey, because if I go cold turkey, Cruella is coming out. Not even kidding. But you got to cut it down. And the rest of your day is you got to find a way to change that. But your brain's underdeveloped. If video games is all you got, your brain is underdeveloped. You've got to get your brain working. That's what that does, is once it settles your brain, then your hormones have no reason to be there. So you have a major imbalance. I used to move a lot, but now my body is not. I'm moving in moving state for 3 years now. Don't get me wrong, I played video games too, but mostly car games when you could build cars in the same game, so I used it as an educational tool in a sense. Yeah, they don't have a lot of games like that now. A lot of games that appeal to those young guys are those shoot 'em up bang bangs. Video games and these little rectangles we are all on right now are the devil. They sure the hell are, Ben. I'll tell ya. It's crazy. A lot of people used to tell me I was a horrible mother for not letting my kids play video games. But I always had it in my mind, those video games are going to make my kids stupid. Then I went to college later, after Jerry died, and psychology. was my first degree. Construction management was my second degree. And I graduated from college with my first degree in 2012. And even in 2012, they were starting to figure out those video games were creating an underdevelopment in children. And I'm like, well, thank God I was a witch about that. Because I don't want, I mean, I've got a daughter that can tear down a motor and put it back together in one day. Another daughter who took to truck driving like she'd been doing it all her life. And then my son, he's with FedEx, and he picked up on that just like that. But I was very adamant, no video games in this house, and if you do, it's only about an hour. And you have to get along or you all lose it for a week, not getting it back. So, yeah, I knew it back then, and now it's definitely that way. My body looks like a pear. My mind is always exhausted, and I'm sadly far away from the spirit version. Yep, I have a teen son that is so smart, but socially awkward. Just like his cousin and my son's friends. And no social skills. Yes. Yeah, I believe you. My social skills got better. Quite okay, but there is still work. But before I was really antisocial person. I'm very antisocial, so to speak. I do not like people. But I've had to teach myself that it's okay. Like with my videos, I had to teach myself it's okay to come out in front of the camera. Max, that's why you are being called lazy, because they see that you are not as you used to be. They had no other way to say it. In reality, the reality that you are out of sync with reality, where you have separated from it and you still have to get back in sync. Yeah, it all makes sense now. So yeah, they're calling you lazy because of that, because you have just planted your butt in your gamer chair and played your video games. And psychologically, that is the worst thing that you could do. I was at a mall tonight, and everyone that I saw sitting on the benches had their head down, looking at their phones. No one talking or interacting. It was very sad. I said when I started this live, I had all of these notifications on my phone because I had my phone on silent. And the reason I had it on silent is because I went up to the shop and did 3 videos today. And I always keep it on silent when I'm doing the videos so that when I'm actually doing my videos, there's not that interruption in there from phone calls, Messenger, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all the things that notify you of everything. I can literally walk away from my phone all afternoon and evening and not pick it up until I come home. In fact, I went up to the shop at around 1. About 1 o'clock today, and I didn't even look at my phone until I walked back in the house around 9 tonight. So that's what, 8 hours? And it did not bother me. Let's see. Do you have any interest that you get self-gratification from hobbies or anything kind of like detailing? For us, we like seeing the before and after doing a car and the good work we did. True. I will have to really work it to get it minimized to 1 or 2 per day. I'm with you, Grandma. I'm not a people person at all. I'm not antisocial. I'm just anti-idiot. Exactly. I cannot stand stupid people. And I cannot stand the self-righteous and the self-pity. People get into these bad times and they stay there. And they'll come back to you day by day, day after day after day and day, complaining about the same thing. Because they didn't do shit about it. But they're still complaining about the same thing. Over and over and over again. And you're going, so I finally started telling them, but I'm cold-hearted nowadays after my daughter died. I'm pretty cold-hearted because I'm sick and tired of everybody else having problems and they don't realize that we all do. You just can't stay there. I just tell them, until you're ready to come away and make the changes needed, I don't want to hear anymore. I can't. It's dragging me down, and that's not fair. It's not fair to me. But then I'm not afraid to cut people out of my life either. It does not bother me one bit. Also try exercise. It's great self-improvement and releases endorphins. And self-improvement is the best medicine. It is. Do you see the grass tall? When you see it tall, get yourself to do it. Do things around the house. Laziness makes people separate from reality, look for the easy gratification, and now you see lots on drugs. Yeah. Can I ask you, how was it when you were 19, like people in the world around you? Was the world a better place, and would you say it was less depressing? Yes. But I come from the feral generation. That is just the best way to put that. We come from, Gen X is the feral generation. We got our ass outside. Not kidding. That sounds like it's a joke when you hear it, but we went outside when we woke up and had a bowl of cereal every morning. And I had to make my bed. I was a military brat, so I had to make my bed. And I went outside, and I was gone all day. Not even kidding. And the rule was, so I lived in this house here, and then we had a neighbor across the street, and in his yard was our street light. And my mom always said, if you're not in this house by the time that light is on, I will beat your ass. And she was not kidding. The world was less depressing because we didn't have something depressing us. All of that crap that's in this world today is all by design. The phones, like Ben was talking about. The phones. You've got easier access to drugs. Peer pressure is out of this world. Bullying is on steroids right now because not only is it happening in school, it's also happening on the internet. It's happening on the internet, and it's magnified so much and on steroids. That's why I have a really serious problem with people treating people like crap on the internet. We have allowed that, and on my channel, I set boundaries. You will be respectful on my channel, or you will not have access to it. It's that simple. I don't care if it's the internet or not. This is the boundary. You won't cross it. So you have bullying on steroids. The video games, they are by design on purpose to get you interested in doing this because it's shutting your brain down. Your brain needs all of the things that we did as kids, and it's not getting that. Well, the reason my brain is always going and my world is a lot different is because I was out there in the world every single day. Now that I'm 50, I'm okay being in my four walls. It doesn't bother me. But yeah, our world was very different back then. But it doesn't mean that you don't have to have the same kind of life. You just have to pick the path you want to go down. I would say, no matter what, you got to enjoy life. If you don't, you're going to be stuck there in this sad state that you're in, these hard times, and you want out of them. If you want out of them, create a plan. Create a plan. Today, for the next 7 days, I'm going to make my bed. And then when you get to day 7, you say, nope, for the next 7 days, I'm going to make my bed. And I'm going to get a shower at 5 o'clock every night. And then 7 days from then, you're going to make your bed every day. You're going to get a shower at 5 o'clock every day. And the video game is going to be turned off for 3 hours every evening. You see where I'm going? You have to create a plan. You add something every 7 days. That's how I had to do it in order to do it. Oh, and my hops. I started taking my hops and everything calmed down. I was crying all the time. 5 years after my daughter died, I cried and cried and cried and cried. That's all I did. I hid out in the house because I was embarrassed that I was still crying 5 years later. All the time. It was crazy. Not even kidding. Hang on, I got to catch up on these comments, guys. For me, it was a better place. I was 19 in 08, and me and my friends liked to build cars and race, but didn't have near the responsibilities I do now. Yep. We had Atari, Nintendo computers, games, board games, bicycles, sports, chores, and studies. We also did things with goals and priorities. Things at home and family were first. Wait till you get to our age. You don't know what stress and depression is just yet. I'm not taking that away from you, but I feel like you got it easier compared to us. I'm 48, and I agree with everything Grandma just said. Sounds just like when I was younger. We had friends. Yeah. Friends were our social life, not Facebook or ICQ or MySpace. Oh my God. I forgot about ICQ. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. That is really nice. Now, all mostly on their phones, looking down all for themselves. And also, I'm guilty of that, but I try to avoid the phone. I think we're all guilty of that at times. But you have to tell yourself, you know what, I'm going to the family functions and all of that. The only time I pick up the phone is when I know I need pictures. Because I've been trying to focus more on getting pictures of my grandkids. So I've been trying to change that a little bit. Every day, there's always going to be something that you got to change. That's how life is. But you will grow over time. Naturally, but at the same time, you won't grow out of this mess you're in now, and it will only be exacerbated when you get to be older. Because as you age and as life becomes more in your face, and it will as you adult more, I know they say I'm tired of this adulting and it's considered a joke, but it's a serious dang thing. So work on what you got now and get that under control, because when that other comes along, you don't want that double whammy. Step by step. Yep, I haven't had social media for 5 years. No, Puerto Rico, best thing I've done in a long time. Not Puerto Rico. I hate that technology basically is a need nowadays. I want my slider and flip phone days, text and calls, and that's it. You know what? You can make your phone text and calls all day long. That's exactly what I did. That's why I didn't see the notifications on YouTube. You know, all these people going live or posted a video or whatever. And nobody texted me. My kids sent messenger messages. Nobody texted me and nobody called. And so, but it was on Power Saver. And when your phone is on Power Saver, all you get is calls and texts. It shuts down the data. Life will knock you down and keep you there if you let it. If you let, you got to be able to take the hits and keep moving forward. Why'd you pull that down, Nate? That was a good comment. Rocky 4, I think. I've never watched those movies. I think I watched the first one, but I was never really into that. I got what you said, Nate. You shouldn't have retracted that. That was a good comment. This here is my social media. But I finished with all chores, cleaning, detailing, shared time with my 4 sons on vacations from my regular job until January 4th, and will be 57 on Monday. I watched all Rocky movies. I did not. But, you know, I'm a girl. You know how it is. Some of us girls just don't get it. But you know what? I'll watch The Proposal all day long. Or Practical Magic, or what was that other one I watched? YouTube's got, oh, Grumpy Old Men. Grumpy Old Men. I watched some weird crap. And then I watched Sister Wives, which I don't do TV hardly at all, but I've been watching that program because I'm like, at what point are they going to realize this is over? You know what I mean? Yeah, the Rocky movies are really for the guys. But, you know, it's just a girl thing, you know. Not to mention, I kind of wore myself out on that. When I was a kid, I was a little bully. I say bully. I didn't like the bullies, and so I bullied the bullies. That makes any sense? Cheech and Chong, oh my God. I grew up on Grumpy Old Men. But you know, those guys, Walter Matthau, all those guys back in those days, that's the best humor. Today's humor is not humor. It's insulting, and that's not humor. It's picking on people, and that's not humor. That's not coming up with something funny out of the ashes, okay? It's not being in the ashes and finding a way to make that funny. And what you were doing, what they were doing by doing that, was teaching us that out of the ashes we can find a positive, okay? They don't do that today. And the other thing that the comedy is today is stupid. For example, and you're gonna get pissed off. Hold tight. Adam Sandler, Will Ferrell. Those whack jobs, it's just stupid humor. Jim Carrey, annoying as hell. Not funny, just likes to jump around and act like a damn fool. I mean, come on. Okay, Ben says, I guess I should go to bed. It's 1 a.m. here. Good night. God bless, Granny. And first, Ben, you have a good night. Get you some sleep. Big inspiration. He was poor, rich, and then average just because of Polly. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Max, did you know the actor who played Polly was a real champion boxer? He was a champion boxer in the military. Polly. That the redhead dude? Military. Are you talking about Yvonne from the Rocky movie? Is it the first one? Are you talking about that big old Russian guy that was on the Rocky movie? Not even Ivan Drago. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Polly. Polly. Who was Polly? See, I never watched the movies. I don't have a clue. I have no idea. Was that his wife? Yeah, that guy was, but he was in other movies. He was married to he was married to that woman from that group that Humberto likes. I cannot remember her name, but she was married to him for a while. Good night, Ben. Martial arts champion. He was married to that. What's that group you like? That woman had the short blonde hair, real tiny short hair. People didn't like her because she had short hair. I thought it was cool. I did not know that. What was her name? The hell, that's gonna bug me. Chemical engineer, yeah. Now I want to watch Rocky. There you go, Max. You inspired somebody. And you got to add that to your list too. You need to try to inspire somebody to do something at least once a week. Because it feels good to be able to pass that on, you know. It's kind of like I got to inspire these people to try some of these products that I get to try. And they're going to make my job so much easier. Teaching math, Dolph has a high IQ. Yeah, but he was married to that woman. She's from that music group, a music group. Movies from the 80s were just the best. I hate new age horror and movies. Some of it is good, but most are bad. Yeah, and nowadays they're not even making movies. They're just making remakes. They're taking the old ideas and trying to bring them out, thinking they're going to be able to master that. No, we already had the best. Classic horror movies. I love Pumpkinhead. We were talking about, we were watching that old Christmas classic today before we started watching Virgin River. And we were talking about some TV shows and movies, and I can't remember. Oh, Jimmy Stewart. Christmas Miracle? Christmas Miracle or Christmas? I don't remember. Anyway. Michael Myers. Yeah, those were, I did see those. I saw the Friday the 13th movie, and that stopped me dead in my tracks. I don't even remember which one it was. But I was watching it in the middle of the night because I couldn't sleep. I'm 9 months freaking pregnant, walking around like a freaking walrus, watching a horror movie because that's all that was on TV. Because back then we didn't have a lot of options for cable. And he jumped out and killed this girl, scared the shit out of me, and I woke up the whole house. And I'm like, oh my God, E.T. was the best. I cried a lot during E.T., but it was the best. It's crazy. It's crazy how those movies are in these days. I love that movie. I will watch it again. I haven't watched it in a long time, yeah. But yeah, you're going to pull through. Just keep your head up and keep your sights on what you want. And you need to get you some hops. I did. I woke up the whole house. I was huge pregnant, married to my kids' dad. And at the time, my sister was staying with us. So I woke her up, I woke him up, and I woke my toddler daughter up. And because I was pregnant with Tori. And I'm like, I ain't watching that crap. Never again, and I never have since. It's got Ethan Hawke in it and River Phoenix. I've never heard of that. Explorers. River Phoenix. He was in... They had it... Walk On By. Is that the name of the movie? River Phoenix was in that too. No. What the hell's the name of that movie? Oh, crap. It was a bunch of kids. I will. Thanks for real. I started to be more positive. I really like this community. Thank you. That's what we try to do. I want everybody to feel comfortable coming here. I would not say that I'm giving you a safe space, but I want you to feel comfortable to come in and talk about whatever. And, you know, all we ask is that you respect that, you know, we're just trying to help you. Yeah, Dolph really has an impressive career, and not just as an actor, but education-wise, and was smart. Came out in 1995. There was another movie with River Phoenix in it, and I did like that movie. I can't remember what that was. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come in here anytime I'm live, Max. I am a detailing channel. My channel is about detailing, but my lives are about life. And my second channel, I just started it, and it's about life too. You know, just random life. And you know, because I don't talk about a lot of that on this channel, and I can't post videos like that on this channel. I have to use it on another channel. I'm not doing much for it, but, you know, when I get something that crawls up my butt and I want to talk about it, I make a video and put it there. Was it started by me, Grandma? What are you talking about? I'm just visiting this planet. Was what started by you? Nate, he also filmed a movie, I forgot the name, but the Brandon Lee, I also like that movie. You guys are talking about movies I don't know nothing about. But yeah, I want everybody who comes here to feel comfortable. And I will not claim to give you a safe place, only because stand by me. Oh, yeah, Stand By Me. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's the movie. Yes, Stand By Me. Why did I get Walk? Walk On By? It was based on a song, Stand By Me. Yes, that's it. That's it. That was a good movie. It was sad, but it was a good movie. I think it taught a lot of young people lessons that they needed to learn. I think that was what was best about the movie, you know? But anyway, yeah. That's it. You got it. You nailed it. How long we been on here, Humberto? Let's see. I come on live about 9:30. It's a classic. It sure is. That was one of them movies. I don't even remember when I watched it. I did not have kids. I remember where I was at. So I didn't have kids yet. So I was still in my early teens because I got pregnant with Elizabeth when I was 16. Thank you all so much. This was fun. I have to go now. It was fun. Maybe hope to see you in the future and talk some more. Yeah, hit the subscribe button and then the notification bell. And when you see me on live, you're more than welcome to come hang out with us. And maybe give us an update on how you're doing. Okay? Have a good night, Max. It was good to meet you. The Outsiders movie. I remember it, but I never watched it. Like 2 hours. Okay. See you later, Max. Peace. Well, that spruced up the conversation a bit. Hopefully we gave him at least something he can take away from all that. Good night. Yeah, it was good to meet you all. Bye. Anyway, it's been a good evening, guys. This was good. That was good conversation. That was good conversation. I'm glad we had it. The suicide stuff. I hope so. I think he will. I think he'll use a little bit here and there, and that's all we really need. We can give him a whole book. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. And I know you know what I'm talking about. I know you're a lot younger than we are, me and Humberto. But, at our age, we have a tendency to give you the whole book and then tell you all of it, everything that's in the book. And we don't expect you to use all of that information right away. But hopefully we gave him enough that he can pick up on something and say, you know what? Maybe I am going to make the bed every day. And yes, I'm going to jump in the shower every day. I'm going to brush my teeth. I'm going to have a healthier breakfast. That kind of thing. I think a lot of people, I think that's the thing, Humberto. A lot of young people don't realize we do understand more than they realize. They don't realize how much we do understand. And the young people have it difficult. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Bullying is freaking on steroids. You've got it coming from the house. You've got it coming from your friends in the neighborhood. They're not even friends, but the people in the neighborhood. You got it coming from the schools. You got it coming from the churches half the time. You got it coming on the internet in every single platform you have access to. Literally. It's insane. You can't help someone who won't help themselves is what I've learned over the years. That's right. That's why we have to make questions without judging. And that's the thing is, when Becca passed away, by then I had already put together 11 clients. So I had my own practice therapy, and I did all of mine on Skype. And I had built 11 patients, clients, and then Becca got sick. And I had to cancel appointments, and then I realized I'm going to have to find them another therapist, which I did. I found a place, because telehealth was just getting big back then. This was 2012. And so I found a place that took online patients and kind of passed them off and asked them if they could take them and explained why. And I don't mind helping people, but I can't see myself getting back into it because I'd much rather it be like what we had here. I think we've had a pretty serious discussion with Nate about things like that. We were talking to Ben about things like that. Who else was it? Crazy Crunch had some issues there for a while. We just, when it's spontaneous, we're able to kind of come together. And I find this to be much healthier. You know what I mean? The only one who knows what's being cooked is the pot and the big spoon that's mixing it all. Honestly, I'm bad at that sometimes because I was raised with tough love and told to pick your head up, quit looking at the ground, be a man, toughen up, fight back, and so on. Might not have been the best. Now, at Crazy Crunch, I just mentioned to you. I get you. I feel that, Nate. And I think that's a difference. Is, when it's spontaneous in here, you don't have to be tough. If you're a guy and you put your problems out there, that's because you're expecting those guys, because this is normal for a guy. You're expecting those guys to pick their head up, pull the damn pants up, and tough it out. Figure it out. That kind of thing. And I don't think you guys mean to be judgmental with that. But sometimes it's perceived as that, if that makes any sense. And so what I like about the spontaneity of it, and that's why I got into therapy, is I didn't want anybody to feel uncomfortable with any subject, so to speak. Some subjects are sensitive. But I don't want anybody to feel like they are not in a comfortable place here. And I would much rather we all come together and help them like we did. Just kind of give them the stuff that they need. And then they can pick what they need. You know what I mean? Bad at helping people without judging. It's hard to do. But on the other hand, maybe you're not. You're just doing what you know. Don't help people. Same here. But when you get education and read more, then you learn to strip things out to understand and guide better. Yeah. Well, and I also think natural wisdom helps too, Humberto. Me and you are not in our 30s. We don't want to be the judge because we say that you don't understand me. So we have to listen and ask questions to know the reality of the deal. Yeah. And I think we knew the reality of the deal in that one, but it was more a matter of we needed him to admit that. Because once he admits it, then he understands that there's a problem with it. Instead of me screaming it down his, they're shoving it down his throat. You know what I mean? You don't need to read to understand human nature and emotion. You learn as you grow and interact with people. Yes. Always judge people. No, don't do it. We just had a guy in here. He was 19. His name is Max. He's struggling pretty bad. So, Crazy Crunch, we were kind of helping him. We had another guy that was in here that had some issues too. Who was that? You guys remember? He just had a brand new baby. Who was that? Don't get me going. I don't know. I just think that being spontaneous like that. And, you know, I do understand. I do understand men are brought up, they need to be tough. They need to be tough. The reading part is because of written experiences and how to deal with them, too. Yeah. So I know men are born to, or bred to be tough. You have to be tough. You have to take it. Don't you cry. Don't show your emotions. Don't, because that's weakness. Which I find extremely destructive. You know, so yeah, I struggle with things like that, you know, whenever I have to deal with a man. But at the same time, I'm also one who completely understands the differences in the two sexes. See, for example, in truck driving, I must respect my role as a truck driver and a woman in it. And understand I cannot do the job without the men. I couldn't work on one of them damn things to save my life. I need the men who know what they're doing. Otherwise, I can't do my job. So, even though men are a little rash sometimes, at the same time, they're only doing what they know. They're only, you know, they want to, you know that they want them to improve. They just want to smack them right. You know what I mean? Smack them and they'll be straightened up. It's just the tough love kind of thing. Let me turn this heat up. It's chilly in here. It is so chilly in here. Now they classify us like DC and Marvel and Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Gamma. It's simp. Totally funny. This is true. This is true. I don't know. I think my generation is the last generation who looks at men and kind of understands this is how they're born and raised. And this is how they show us they love us, or, you know, whatever, which would be going back to this side, you know. They show us they love us by working, by providing for us, by making sure we have everything, all the food, all of that. You know what I mean? So I think the Gen X generation is the last one to understand that. Exactly, Grandma. My father and grandfather told me to bury that shit down because it's no one's business. But it made me disciplined and respectful and tough-minded and physically. But I'm not saying I haven't had rough times in life. I have. Oh, no, I don't think there's a person out there who has... Well, I don't think there's too many people out there who haven't gone through tough times. I mean, that's what life's about. You're going to have the tough times by protecting the family. Exactly. And I think that the women of my generation are the last ones to really understand that. But look what they've done to our younger men. They brought video games in, and it's now creating some very underdeveloped brains. And so the men are not, they don't have the ability to fight for family, unfortunately. And that's kind of sad if you ask me. And it's sad that what he said about himself. Did you guys catch that? He said I look like a pear. That's sad. I feel like they just wanted me to be able to handle myself as a man. They did. But at the same time, everything got so damn soft in the generations after me. Everything, we couldn't have that tough stuff anymore. We got to raise softy kids. You know what I mean? We got to raise them softy kids. See, if we raise those softy kids, they'll take care of them. We're going to make them out to be what we think they should be. Those other generations didn't know nothing. So now we're going to make them softies, and you know the rest of the story. You know what I mean? And it's crazy how that works out. But I tell you what, I did not want my kids stuck to a damn TV screen. That's another thing. Ha! Yes. Uh-huh. No participation trophies here, yes. Nowadays, families don't talk to their children. They just give them a tablet, causing children to be extra stimulated, not getting in control because they have twisted their minds with electronics. Yeah. One of the things that I told my kids is, don't allow your kids to get buried in these tablets and phones. And what'd they do? My grandson, not the oldest one, but the first one. My first one is not the oldest one. Now I have grandkids, and so the oldest one is one of the stepkids, the bonus grandkids. Anyway, my first grandchild, he is so stuck on Minecraft. And you could tell he was having a little bit of an issue when we went to Christmas lights. And I'm like, no, not going to be any of that shit. We're here to watch Christmas lights and go hunt them down. So if you're going to look up where all the Christmas lights are, cool. Do it. Other than that, close your game. And if you don't, I'll take the phone. He's 14. He don't need to be doing that crap. Anyway, daughter says it keeps him busy, Mom. He gets bored real easy. We ain't got nothing to talk about, child. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I see my friends being soft on their kids, and it angers me deep down, but I have to stay in my lane. I know, I feel that. Oh. Well, I don't know. I don't stay in my lane with my kids. I will not lie. I do not think your job as a parent ends when they grow up and get out. I don't think it ends there. I think it's still there. Your responsibility is still there. If something is concerning like that, it is your responsibility to say something. You know what I mean? He's wrongly stimulated. He's ridiculous. Anyway, I threatened to take that phone away. He put it down. But my buddy's daughter loves me. When she gets beat on by her little brother, I tell her to hit him back. And they don't know about that. Well, what they don't know won't hurt them, right? She's like a daughter to me. I watched her grow, so I parent her a little bit, but I don't like her being messed with. Fair enough. But you know what? That was the advice we always got. Why are you taking that crap from the boys? And I've said that in some of the conversations that we've had. You know what I mean? We've had some of those conversations. Hello, see ya. How you doing? Some of the conversations that we have had, we talk about some of that. But, back in my day, we were told, don't take that crap from the brothers and all of that, from our brothers. Nowadays, they've got them all so dang soft, and we've weakened them and dumbed them down to the point where they take it from their brothers, and then they grow up and they go, I can't handle life anymore. This was so traumatic to me. And they stay there. No. Teach your kids. A lot of people don't realize when your kids are fighting, that teaches them all. That's growth. That's human growth. You know what I mean? He pulled her hair and made her cry, and that just pissed me off. So I told her, hit him back. And boy, she hit him hard in the face. Good for her. I had to. I'll tell you, that's a human experience that has to be had. You know? You know what I mean? It has to be had. The menace is awake. Jumping all over the kitchen. Same with my fourth son in Kentucky. He got bullied and defended himself. They called my ex-wife, and he said to call me. They called me and her, so I told them, did he start it? So he ended it. I always told my girls, don't you dare start it. I will never save your butt if you started it, but you damn sure better finish it. I did not put up with that bullying. And I was the bully of the bullies because I got sick and tired of that. If you were a bully, I was coming after you. And that was after I got over my fear. Finish what you started. Exactly. Other than that, you don't need to be fighting. Now, if somebody did that to you, yeah, you better stand up for yourself. But don't be a little asshole about it. You know what I mean? And my son, them kids had some knockdown dragouts, and I'm like, I ain't getting involved in that, boy. You want to play tough, you better be willing to take it. Even if it meant he got beat up by a girl. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. It's what it is. That's the way I look at it. My daughter has 5 boys. I can just imagine. Can just imagine. I mean, sometimes when they come over here, they're crazy. I don't want kids personally get told I'd make a good dad all the time, and it kind of irritates me because I always have to repeat that. How come you don't want kids? Have you ever, it's just not something that appealed to you? Does your girlfriend have kids? Yanni, I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's just all personal choice. I don't want to bring kids into this world the way it is. I completely agree. I love my kids, but I am worried about their future. I will not lie. I'm very concerned with that. And no, she doesn't. She wants them. And that's a whole nother story. Good luck, there, Nate. Good luck. I wish you the best. You stay with her, you're probably going to lose that one. Just saying. I think you're going to lose that argument if you stay with her. Even with cancer, that's probably going to up the ante on that one. Did you want kids, Humberto? I mean, you had 4. Yeah, he's in trouble. It's always an argument all the time, but with cancer and the mastectomy, I don't think she can. Never know. I think cancer's going to change things, I can tell you that. I tried to read your comments, Saya, but I don't know what that means. My daughter, Tori, she's the one with 5 kids. She always said, I don't want kids. She always said that. And that broad went and got herself knocked up at 16 years old. And she didn't stop. You got your fur babies, that's enough. I'm just saying, cancer changes people. You never know. And there's a lot of cancer patients who have babies afterwards. Usually they have to wait a little while because they have to get the chemo to cycle through. Because you don't want to pass that on to the baby. I did not know. I'm not going to put up with this. I did not know if I wanted kids or not. I was kind of a hothead at the time that I got knocked up with the kids' dad. And all my kids except Marshall have the same dad. I did not give birth to Marshall, but he's still my son. I have my buddy's daughter. I get her doing the good times and go home when she's a menace. Yeah, you were slacking on your job, Humberto. Anyway, I didn't know if I wanted kids. But then when I got pregnant, back then we didn't run to the clinic and take care of it. Back then you suck it up. You do what you got to do. You done lay down, spread your legs. It's on you now. And it was just one of those moments of weakness, And I paid a price. But she's 36 now. She's still alive, so I did something right. Going to be terrified. Well, that is something. My kids have one uncle and one aunt that would probably tear somebody up if something happened to them. We were 27 and 25 when we started with kids. I was 16. Now, I didn't have another one for 4 years. And then I didn't have another one after that for 6 years. And when Marshall came along, he was the same age as Tori, so they became our twins. They're the same age. They're only a few months apart. So they are our twins. That's what we always call them. Or my two middle ones. I never understood where toddlers got all their energy. Or where kittens get all their energy. Oh my God. It's constant. Flying through the house. Taking 3-foot leaps. Where do they get the energy? Constant. Constant going. And she loves it when the dog sheds. Let me tell you. That hair will bunch up and I have to sweep every other day. There's just no way around it. Between our third and fourth is 8 years difference since we lost 2 in between. Now, I did lose a total of 5. 1 in between the first 2, and then the 4 in between the second 2. We figured it was all the medications and hormones and crap they put me on because of the endometriosis. And our first and fourth, 17 years difference. I've only got 10 years difference between them. Becca will be 20, or would have been 27 in March. Yeah. 27 in March of next year, 2025. She would have been 27, and Elizabeth would turn 37 in June. So it's March to June, 10 years difference. So we didn't have that much spread, but we had a pretty good spread. But I was fortunate. All my kids have the same dad. I don't have a lot of issues with baby daddies or whatever they call them. I don't have that issue going on. I just have Marshall, but his dad he's gone now, but I don't explain it to people unless they want to know. I mean, I just treat him as if he's one of mine. And his mother is still alive. She didn't kind of wake up to even me being a part of his life until Jerry died. And that's when she was able to look at this and go, he was happy. And he was happy. And he found me and finished out his life. And she was just part of the journey. Part of his journey. And I could talk to her today and we would not have any problems. Yeah, Becca was born in 98. March 8th, 1998. What do you got? Well, she created a snow sled out of her food dish. This cat, I swear. Just like our second son, but he was in October. Yeah, she was a surprise. I'll be honest. Total surprise. I was not expecting to have any more after all the losses in between her and Tori. And I didn't expect my pregnancy with her to even survive, to be honest, because the others hadn't. And we weren't even trying. But I don't know what the hell she's doing. She's into something. But anyway, I didn't think she would come, and she did. She made it through. In fact, she was due March 26th and came on March 8th. I love your cats. She's a mess. She's a damn mess. I don't know what she's doing. It sounds like she's in the laundry room. She can't get to anything. She's not big enough to jump. She can usually get 2-3 feet in the air, and that's about it. So she can't jump up on the counters and all of that. We weren't trying with our first. I wasn't either, but, you know, things happen. It is what it is. So I don't know that I never wanted kids, but I know my daughter used to say that all the time. She's like, I'm never having kids. And she would always go, it was because of her, talking about Elizabeth, the oldest. But then she was the one who had the most kids, 5. She had 5. She did. She just kept popping them kids out, and I'm like, holy hell. We were just going to start the year after a full year of honeymoon. After that full year of honeymoon. Well, that probably didn't work out, did it? But I was 16 when she was born, 20 when Tori was born, and 26 when Becca was born. And I would say I was a better mother when Becca was born. I mean, I was still a kid myself when Elizabeth was born. So she kind of had to suffer the consequences of that. Me trying to figure out, you know, how am I supposed to take care of this baby? Now, Mike made sure we had everything we needed. So he might not have been a great husband, but he's always been there for the kids. So, is what it is. Is what it is, you know. Well, I better go to bed, guys. I enjoyed spending time with you again, Grandma. Thanks for the conversation and always appreciate your advice. Hope to see you tomorrow. Yes, Nate, you take care. Have a wonderful night. Get some rest. She got pregnant after the 4th month of marriage. Did you not know what caused that, man? Yeah, give your girlfriend hugs. Let her know we're thinking about her. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh. Of course, but we weren't. Like I said, do you know what causes that? You weren't expecting it? This is funny. Real quick. How do you spell Humberto? Humberto. With natural rhythm, what'd you do? Use a stick of turkey baster? I mean, my God. You crack me up, Humberto. It's spelled Humberto, Nate, but it's pronounced Umberto. The H is silent. It's what he explained it to me. I'm English. I'm white. It's Humberto. The salsa, merengue, cumbia, Humberto. I told him if he wanted me to say Umberto, that I'd have to spell it that way. He'd have to change his name. What it comes down to is I don't know his language. I don't understand it. Good night, Nate. Have a good night. Get some rest. She wasn't taking pills, and I am not a car. They didn't fit? I mean, why not? Oh, I see. Oh my God, that was funny. That was funny. I got an itchy eye. I don't know what the hell. That was funny. I'm sorry. That was always my question when somebody says, I'm wearing them things. What, does it not fit? I'm bad, I know that. Oh, trucker, what you doing? Hello, John. I'm laughing at Alberto. He opened the door, and I went right on in there. You missed all the tough conversations earlier, John. We had some pretty serious conversations tonight. Kind of interesting. You being safe out there, John? Well, where do you want me to start, John? Hold, please. I need to refill my coffee cup, guys. Hold just a second. Woo woo. Guess who got their sweater off? Why? What are you going to do? Why are you going to leave the company? Well, see, we started off the night with, I made it very clear to my moderators, you have my full support. Even if I misunderstood the comment or whatever, I'm still going to back you up. I just went down the list and all of that good stuff. You will never be shamed. I will never allow any of the viewers to disrespect you. That kind of thing. I don't even like those. I don't even like those front-facing cameras. We started with the live stream, then the young man who needed some advice, and now not being a car to wear rubbers. Yeah, he's not a car, so he doesn't wear rubbers. That's how he got his first child. And I'm like, why not? Do they not fit? Anyway, we also spoke about Curmudgeon's Corner. They ended their evening with talking about the suicide hotline. And, you know, then we got to talking about veterans and how war affects things. And then we had somebody come in, a 19-year-old who needed some advice. I know, look at him, he's still talking. They fit and are uncomfortable. Well, too damn bad. If you weren't trying for kids, you would have put a rubber on. Let's just be real, dude. Anyway, and then we took the or we went into a long conversation with that young man. And then we got into the serious discussions about, you know, providing a comfortable place for people and putting out as much information as you can and allowing them to pick what works and helps them. So anyway, we've had a pretty serious night. And then talking about our children, and that's where I'm not a car, I don't wear rubbers comes from. We followed cycle rhythm better with the others. I bet you did. You're a damn mess. That's what you are, Humberto, a damn mess. That is serious. Yeah, it's been a serious night, but you know what? It's been rather enjoyable. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been on here for, let's see, I started around 9:30, so 10, 11, 12, almost 4 hours. We've been going for about 4 hours, so obviously it wasn't that bad. I don't know. It just kind of, we talked about movies and stuff like that, but we had a reason for that. I don't remember. Oh, and we also talked about my show came on it. Series premiere came in onto Netflix on Thursday. And now we only have 2 more episodes and we're done, so we'll do that tomorrow evening. Oh, and we talked about videos. Last night, 18. Oh my God. Last night I stayed up until like 1:30, probably 2 o'clock maybe. Hell, I don't know. And I got 2 videos done and I got them posted on the channel. Got them scheduled. So when I started my night last night, I had 5 videos. I did 2. That brought it down to 3. Today, I took my butt up to the shop and did 3 more. Now, tonight, I have more than what I had last night. I don't even know why I do this to my damn self. Is that minus 18 or is that 18? Minus 18 Celsius? I don't even know what the Celsius is. In Fahrenheit. Are you guys there? Oh man, I cannot wait, Humberto. I hope to God they do. We need to get off this daylight savings time. It's just, all it does is mess with people. Minus 18 Celsius. Got it. I don't know what that conversion is. I don't understand Celsius. But minus 18 is flipping cold in ours. In our numbers. And you guys get pretty cold anyway. Anyway, with the front-facing dash cams, Crete did that. Crete did that because insurance was requiring it. Because they wanted to see at what point, how many of the accidents. Let's see. (4°F). Minus 16 is 3.2 Fahrenheit. That's freaking cold. See why I don't live up north? Hell, I live too far north as it is. It's cold. It gets cold here. I couldn't handle your cold. Could not handle your cold up there, guys. Humberto couldn't handle your cold. I ate those peanuts and now they're all over my mouth. Stuck to everything. Looky there, I got 13 likes. Just like when I was in Canada, like Sanka Coffee. I was like, Puerto Rican popsicle. I got a comment, but I'm not saying it. I'll shut my mouth. Anyway, the menace got her sweater off. Not even kidding. Got her sweater off. It's been on her for a week. I felt my nuts in my throat looking for the heat. They tried to give me the same story. It's for the insurance that is requiring it. He said, don't worry, the dash cam is not on you. But at night, the 4 red LED lights come on. Plus, they can go on live video feed and watch you as you're driving. I'm not going to put up with that. Yeah. No, insurance in America is requiring that now. The insurance companies here, they're requiring that on the over-the-road drivers. So that would not surprise me if it is an insurance deal, because it is being required here in the States. Plus, oh yeah. See, I didn't like it because if it's a female driver, they're going to be watching that. But you know what I always said? At night, my black curtain that I had that went around the entire front, it was going to cover it if you put that shit in my truck. You're not going to watch me undress, and you're not going to watch me do anything except when I'm driving. You can watch me when I'm on your time, but that's it. And they can connect to it. You know they can. This is not rocket science. We have Ring cameras, for goodness sakes. We can check in our houses. We can be in Puerto Rico and our house is in Kansas, and you could check your Ring camera. Kay, she goes up to Milwaukee to visit her son. So Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and she knows when I go to her house on her Ring camera. Yeah, I told him, I said, you can put it in here, but you don't get access to me unless I'm working. If I'm on your time, fine. But if I'm not on your time, you do not get access to me. I will cover that thing up. Well, you can't do that. Frickin' watch me. He goes to sleep. He blinds the camera. Ha ha ha! No, I'm not going to have some creep watching me. No, I don't think so. Not that there's anything to watch. Sure the hell ain't going to be attractive, but you don't have no business watching people. And you know they can. I don't care who you are. You know they can. Just based on basic technology. It's also an AI camera and detects if you look away for a second or smoke a cigarette. Even if you yawned, it sends a signal that you're tired. Oh yeah, I told them straight up. If I'm on your time, that's fine. You can watch all you want to. I'm not doing anything wrong. But when it's my time, you can kiss my ass. I will put my black curtain up and it's covering it. And they did. They tried to tell me you can't do that. No, buddy. DOT requires me to have a certain amount of time off. And you guys require it because you don't give me loads when I'm supposed to have a load. Every single time. So, when I'm on your clock, fine. They never did put it in when I was on the road. But I left in 2014, so that was about the time they were starting it. And it's from insurance here. Insurance companies say that this is the best way for them to be able to track if the drivers are really at fault for accidents. You don't even, if somebody pulls over in front of you, if they're passing you and they pull over too close in front of you, it would, the other guys that had it, especially Jake, and he's got it now, it'll send a signal back to them that he's tailgating. No. If he yawns, the camera sends a signal, but the one watching notices he is not tired, because something my brother does a lot is yawn even when he is very well awake or playing basketball. They say yawning is because of lack of oxygen. In the big scheme of things, it's the lack of oxygen. My knee hurts. Is it an AI camera? Well, what is an AI camera? What's the difference? Boy, my legs itch. He's always hungry. You get that metabolism going, yeah. You're always going to be hungry. But they say that's what yawning is lack of oxygen to the brain. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea. Well, I know when I'm tired, I yawn. When it is time for me to go to bed, I yawn. You want to know what's crazy? This says I'm talking to myself, that nobody's here. It says I have 13 likes and 0 viewers. Isn't that weird? Well, maybe you guys aren't there. Hell, I don't know. An artificial intelligence camera detects what you're doing. And if it doesn't like what it sees, it sends it immediately signal to the safety department. I'll smoke a pack of cigarettes on a 12-hour shift. I do not need somebody from safety calling and preaching to me. And it's probably some 20-something-year-old who just needed a damn job during college telling me how to live my life. I think you got a few years of living before you get there. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it is an AI camera on the trucks. I don't know. They've been doing it here for a while. It was starting to become a thing, like I said, in 2014. And I was pretty adamant. You can put it in here, but I'm covering it when it's not your time. You don't get to watch me 24/7. And of course, they tried to give me every excuse in the book. Well, you can't cover it. And what if somebody breaks into your truck and we don't have that on camera? We can't tell what happened to you. Oh, no, no. There's forensic evidence for a reason. It's amazing. You need an intelligent AI camera to watch you, Chris, to let you know there's other people watching you. The first time he got called, he started talking in Spanish and they said, okay, you aren't sleepy. That's funny. How dumb. Well, you have another company in mind you could go to, John? And you're not going to have the same hours unless they have something like that. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I would. I totally would. Oh no, the industry's going to hell. I don't care how you look at it. The industry has just gone to hell. In every aspect. I won't go out there and drive a truck over the road. And the reason why is because it's not safe. It's not safe for women. Women are disappearing every single day out there on the road. They're putting up on the trucker pages missing women every single day. Yeah, that'd be nice. And the drivers took that serious. Once they got a load on their back, they took it serious. Nowadays, drivers are truck stop junkies. Totally. They are spending all their money in the truck stops or the casinos. They are total truck stop junkies. They hang out in the truck stops all the time, refuse loads, and then you got lot lizards all over the damn place. So no, we can't leave there. No, I got a lot lizard to take care of. It's just nasty shit. You know what I mean? Humberto, you better be a car who wears rubbers if you got to deal with a lot lizard. Just saying. Definitely look around. I would. I would just tell them, on my time, I'm covering up. And don't you call me with a bunch of complaints. You don't know what a lot lizard is? Anthony, where the hell you been, dude? I told them I'm not an inmate. I don't need to be watched They didn't appreciate that. Oh, well, damn. They didn't appreciate that people were going to have a problem with that. Do you know what a lot lizard is, Humberto? If you have a lot lizard, you better be a car and wear rubber. Just saying. Even if it don't fit. Oh my God. Sometimes I just crack myself up. Lot lizard. Lady of the evening for truckers. I can't believe you ain't never heard of that. Your brother is a truck driver. Commercial company, that's another term for them. Lot lizards. No, I don't do or practice that type of thing. Oh my God. Well, if you did, you would have to be a car and wear rubber. For real. For safety's sake. I should be in bed. What you doing awake anyway, Anthony? Are you off for the next couple of days? It is Sunday. You probably don't do any detailing during the weekend, right? Hell, I should be in bed too. You see where that gets me. I was actually kind of enjoying it. We've had a crazy night. I have seen those type of women and don't like them. Yeah, they know I don't like them either. Most of us wives are not very nice to them. They come climbing up on the truck, knocking on the door, trying to get his attention, with your butt sitting in the passenger seat. And then you have to show them, you better go. Are you too sophisticated for a lot lizard? Humberto? Are you too sophisticated for a lot lizard? That's funny. I don't care who you are. It's funny. You gotta laugh at yourself. If it doesn't fit, you must. Yes. I value myself for that type of thing. I'm always good with the doing without. There's no drama. Trying to figure out how I want my shop done. Crazy. Oh, that's right. You're building a shop. How's it going? Are you laughing at me? I do. I am all about that DWO. Me and my ex-wife never did it until we married. Oh. I did not, that was not the life for me. I mean, that was not how we did things my first two marriages, but my third one, he was so holier than thou. You know, talking about how we have to follow the Bible, but he didn't know a damn word in the Bible. And he couldn't pray to save his life. He also couldn't tell the truth to save his life. But, you know, what do I know? That's probably why he was only around for 4 months. He made it look good, though. Anyway, still, DWO, no drama, all good. And I keep a wall between me and anybody who tries to get close. It's called no thanks. Sign on the door. A new phone cannon. I saw one. Trying to remember where I was. I think I was at Walmart. No, I was at Ollie's. Saw one at Ollie's. And I'm like, oh, a phone cannon. I already have one, but this one looks different. The canisters seem to be bigger. I'm going 10 by 20 carport, 7, 8-foot walls. Eight-foot walls? Is that going to be big enough? And the only reason I'm asking that is because I know I've had my boss, all the bosses, they drive these huge F-250s, and I cannot get them in my shop. And we have the 10-foot. But it's the door that's too low. And there's not enough space. So is that going to be big enough? Do you live in where do you live? Do you live in an area that has good climate? My brother's wife goes sometimes with him whenever she's on vacations from her job. And one guy asked him about her, and he told him, she is my wife. That's why you don't see me with any of those women. But you know what? Today, even men who are on the road, they don't care about their relationships, and they'll be doing that. They get... I'm like, no. So you got the cold weather too. I do. I was like, man, we need a shop that's got the bigger doors. Because when I do the big F-250s, I have to do them outside. So it's got to be, I've got to schedule that, or at least try to schedule that on a day when I know I can stand being outside in the elements. And take lots of breaks. Otherwise, I can't do the detail. I just can't handle the cold. It's like Kay. I went over there to watch Virgin River tonight. She keeps her house so chilly. My toes were frozen. I couldn't handle it. I was like, oh my God, give me your heating blanket. I can't handle this. She laughs at me. But when you have to detail in the cold, it's a bit much. I was just teasing with you, Humberto. I'm with you on that. Being in Kansas, yeah. MJJC cannons are really good. Not sure if I can justify the price for just myself. The price was not that bad. I wasn't sure it was made well. And I don't use one enough. Now, I am hoping to change that coming soon. Um, where I want to get another polisher and put some stuff together that I can have equipment here. But before I do that, what I want to do is put a carport in. But at the same time, if I get enough equipment here, I can use Kay's carport. And I can be able to wash it really good, but I still have to figure out how to get my wash time down because it takes me like 4 or 5 hours. And by then I'm like, oh shit, I can't do this. There's no way I can climb up there and do this polishing and all that. You know what I mean? But anyway, I do hope to change that. I just want to be able to put stuff together where I can do stuff here at home. One guy told my brother that he sometimes feels lonely and he has those women, and he told him, oh, you just can't control being horny with your wife then. Pretty much. There's a lot of that going on. And it's totally sick if you ask me. It just means that people don't cherish what they have at home. Ick. So anyway, I almost bought one. That way I would have one here. But, if I do it right, I can put that tank in the back of my pickup and just do all of it up there at the shop. But that's only if I can get the pickup or the pickups, the bigger ones, in, which I can't. So I would have to put some kind of shelter in there. I can't do that in the full sun. I'm not like Carlos. I'm definitely getting the DIY 25 millimeter polisher. It's going to be a real time saver. You think so? Why do you think it's going to be a time saver? Is that the battery powered one? This is so weird. This thing says there's nobody here. I have my Griot's Garage GG6 workhorse, G9 and G8, rotary porter cables 7424, and waiting for that cordless from DIY Detail. Have a good night, Anthony. Grab the DIY, Chris. For the price, you're not going to beat it. Are you talking about the battery-powered one, John? I don't know what. Why would you? Why do you think that would be a time saver? To save a lot of time, you want to get a pressure washer and foam, rinse and refoam, and then contact wash. Oh, I see. I have a pressure washer now, and I have a foam cannon. The problem is it takes me, it's like 45 minutes just to get set up. And a lot of this, you have to remember, I don't do them a lot. Hello, Girl Star 1212. Um, yeah, at the shop, I don't have any water. I don't have a water source. And so the only way to do that is, for me, is to get a tank set up in the back of my pickup, and then I'll be able to do all that stuff over there at the shop. If not, I would have to do it here. But my problem is the exterior work is not something I have refined. I don't do enough of it. Missy is my auntie. She told me about you. She told me to join it. Well, thank you for coming. We appreciate it. We're talking all kinds of different detailing things right now, but we had some pretty serious discussions earlier. 25 millimeter stroke. So it's going to cover a lot of territory very quickly. That rotary I have is 7-inch. And then he just bought a buffer, which is like a hand polisher with the side handles. And it's a dual action orbital, or random orbital is what it is. And that thing is 10 inches. And of course, I'm like, why did you get that? That's so big. He said, look, you could get it done quicker. And I said, no, I wouldn't. I'm 5'1". I would literally have to place everything in place, hold this thing down, and try and get to the middle of the car. I'd be laying on top of it. The battery and corded polisher are the same size, just different power. Got it. I see you got your sweater off, ma'am. I got to figure out how to do the exterior washes quicker. It probably wouldn't be bad if I could put the power washer up over there. Humberto, I totally missed all those polishes you had. He probably uses every one of them, too. I don't do enough of them yet, but I was asking Nate because he mentioned that getting his polisher has made him so much money. And I'm like, how do you sell that to your customers? You know? I'd love to get a few coatings in, but I couldn't tell you how I'd sell that to a customer. I wish I could figure that out. Oh my goodness, this chat stopped. Did you guys stop talking? Between three of us, we share flex polishers too. And we have the PXE and force rotation. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. I assume they're brands. Or maybe they're types. Hell, I don't know. I don't know enough about polishers and all of that. But I do want that cordless. I would really like to have that cordless. Those 10-inch pad polishers with side handles have no cutting power. I don't think they're supposed to. I think, I told you, you bite me, you're going to go flying. Um, they stall. I couldn't use it. I can't use it. I kind of know the difference. Well, I know the difference between the DA and the rotary. But I don't understand force rotation. Who was it that did a video and said they don't like rotaries or something? What the hell were they talking about? This cat. Currently, I have the Griot's G8 Rupes Mark III 15 millimeter or 15 meter Flex 3401 and DIY Rotary. Possibly Carlos Serrano. Maybe it was. He was the one talking about the rotaries, maybe. He was talking about how, and see, and I don't think a rotary has cutting power either. Although they say they've got more cutting power than the DA. And personally, I don't like them. I don't like the rotary. I can use it because that's what my dad has at the shop. Use it on the cars, the dealership cars. I could do better with that sander. It's the only thing I can come up with. I don't even use it full speed, full power. So that I don't tear up stuff. It's got the setting 6. It's got up to 6. And I take it to about 4. Which would be the same thing I would do on a rotary. But it just doesn't seem to have the power. I don't know. The first time I ever used one, that thing flung. Oh, I hope so. I do want the cordless one. That would be really nice to have, I think. Humberto, true. When the guys gave me the Max Shine polisher, I was like, oh, hell yeah. The sander, when I have to go over a car at the dealership, just to kind of spruce it up, it's looking faded or foggy, that kind of thing. You can tell it's oxidized. I just throw a pad on the sander and go that way. And it just gets it done faster. And I also think it has something to do with my hands being small. And so my thing is, let me just knock this out and just use the sander. And it seems to get a lot more done. That's just me. I'd much rather use that than, but I'm not working on real nice cars. These are dealership cars. They just need a spruce up. My Rupes 15 is stalling on me. If it was, trust me, I would get, if isn't stalling on me. If it was, trust me, I would get rid of it. I tried the Rupes cordless, and that thing is too close to the panel, so I didn't like it. You may sneeze and scratch the panel with your battery. That was something that worried me about that when he had that one. Carlos had that one on video. I worried about that. And the reason why is because my thought was, that's going to come down and scratch the snot out of something. You're going to get lazy and tired. Not on purpose. It just happens. Your arm's going to lax on you or whatever. Do you need to go outside? Is that your problem? You need to go outside? I gotta let her out. Come on. I'll tell you what, just using a drill, like drill polisher on headlights and stuff, if you're not careful, you could scratch the snot out of the car with the backside of a drill. I certainly wouldn't want to do that with a polisher. I'm not sure if that's the new one. I know it's the latest one, the Mark III. Humberto, have you looked to see if Henry's still alive? Yes, the good one from Rupes. When I was at Dallas, he didn't give me the cordless one. Thank goodness. Chris, force rotation DA polisher is the same like a rotary. You cannot stop it. But instead of turning in one circle like a rotary, it oscillates like a typical DA. Okay. Here's my question. Is there really a need for all of that? Or would a DA just take care of your 90% of the problems that you would face? Did you guys leave again? $4 and 20 minutes, and that's why we share them, because not need all those polishers. Better than doing lights with DA is with rotary and whenever finishing DA. I know my dad likes to use the rotary when he's buffing out after painting a vehicle. And me, I'm like, shit, just give me a regular polisher. Because in the end, I feel like it's the pad. It's the pad that's got to do the work. So it just seems to me that just give me the polisher And you got to figure out which pad is best. I think that's with everybody that does that. I have one polisher of my own. Other than the palm polisher, I bought that. And that was really just to kind of maintain some of these cars, these dealership cars, because some of them were pretty faded out. I say faded out. They're more, it's like their clear coat is so foggy. You know what I mean? And just a simple polisher, a simple hand polisher, palm polisher takes care of it. But that was before I knew about the sander. And then the sander, once I learned that, I'm like, well, hold the phone. And so I tried it, and it made a bigger difference. Because the palm polisher has no cutting power at all. So that's where I landed. Then I got the polisher when I went to Dallas, and I used that thing a lot. Dealership car. I mean, I didn't think, I thought when they gave it to me, my thought was, I'll never use it. And I've used it quite a bit. It's amazing what I've used it on. But I always see when the guys want it, they just like to have the polishers. I don't know, maybe that's the piece in detailing that gives you, it's like if you're a hunter, you need your weapons. If you're a detailer, you need your polisher. That kind of thing. That's what I imagine that to be. Damn, that dog is taking a long time. And it's cold out there. That's why I have the griots, since I can do them what anyone does with Rupes. Now, Rupes doesn't vibrate that much, but I use anti-vibration gloves, so still better with griots polisher. Hold on. Go. Are you coming in? Come on. It's cold out there. Okay. Will cover about 90% of the problems you're going to face. I figured it did. And that's just me. I would prefer, it's like my dad, he'll pick up a polisher or something, he'll go, try this out. Well, it never works out for me because what he's buying is something for him. He's not buying something for me. Me, I'm perfectly happy with the DA. It just works better. I can handle it better. Knock it off. I just don't see any reason to buy a bunch of other ones, but he loves the rotary. It is easier to handle, in my opinion. And I think for me, I would much rather have something on hand that is easier to use. Now, the dealership vehicles that are, They just need a touch up. I probably don't need anything powerful like a DA, but the only reason I sold it is because I didn't like the vibration. Now, the next thing I do need to learn about the DA is how to disassemble it and grease it and all of that good stuff. I do need to learn that. Because I want to learn how to take care of it the way that I should. The only problem is they'll teach you how to grease it up and disassemble it and all of that on like a YouTube video. They just won't tell you how often you should do that. Now, there's a lot of older guys that have been using rotaries because, you know, the DA is the latest technology of polishers. But not me. I don't care for it. I don't know if it scares the crap out of me, but I cannot get those things to buff anything. I can't get it to smooth something out. Nothing. I don't know how to grease it. I don't know what to use. I don't know how to disassemble it. I don't know anything about it. I wish I did. Gosh, you know how many years it's been since I've heard that name, AmSoil? It's been a long time. Oh, I'm sure there's videos out there, but the ones that I have watched, they just don't tell you how often that needs to be done. It doesn't tell you what to look for to even know. I keep telling myself I'll just have my son-in-law come over and do it. The palm sander has absolutely no cutting power. It's just a wax remover. Yeah, and I don't use it for anything serious. I use it for, you know, you just need to, it's got its own gloss, but you can tell it's worn down and worn out. And it just needs to get that crap off the top layer, you know, that crap. Anyway, and that's it. Oh, goodness. I don't know, it just seems like an awful lot of money. And I think that's why I don't worry too much about it. My dad, he wants all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't know why. I just keep it simple. But if I'm going to keep it simple and only keep one, then I need to know how to take care of it. That's my big thing. Maybe I'll have my grandson or my son-in-law come over and show me how to disassemble that thing and grease it up. He'll know. You can do the whole vehicle with the Max Shine. I have a Max Shine. I've done the entire vehicle on several of them. I don't know. I need to learn how to do that stuff. So if I'm going to have a polisher, I need to know how to do it. Well, and I mean, it's kind of like the detail dudes. They had polishers from Harbor Freight, and they had Milwaukee. They had another one. The Milwaukees were cordless. Anyway, they did motorcycles and all kinds of stuff. They did a boat. But I mean, in my opinion, it's got to be a DA for me. I can handle it better. And if it's just something where I need to skim over the surface, I can use the palm sander, and that's good. I switched the backing plate to 5-inch on the G9. It definitely removed almost all the stalling. Only thing that I have ever had stall on me was that damn rotary. That damn rotary stall on me every single time. No matter what section I was working on, it was always stalling on me. But the DA never did. The DA never stalled on me, so I just felt better. You have to remember, a lot of those older guys are using rotaries. They are really not made for detailing. They're more like angle grinders with too much power. And that's when you get into trouble. Yeah. I can see that. I would see that as more polishing, with the big, what are those called? Wool pads? What are those called? What kind of material is that? Is it wool pads? No. What is it? Oh, that's going to bug me now. Like chrome, metal polishing, that kind of thing. That's what I see for a rotary. Now, the guys, when I was at the trucking company, they would, on the aluminum trailers, during the wintertime, they would use a rotary with those fancy round things on them and polish up the sides of the trailer. I see people using lots of different angles on rotaries when it's not needed. See, and that's beyond my scope. I don't understand it enough to know. But it just seems to me those rotaries are better for, like what John just said, more polishing work than it would for cutting and finishing. Like with Miranda Detailing, he does a lot of exterior work, and I never see him use anything except maybe the 90-degree one, and then the DA, and he nails it every time. You let the machine do the job. Yeah, my dad will say, you got to push down on it. No, I can't do that because I know darn well what's going to happen is I'm going to cause damage if I push down on it. Yeah, and that's why in my mind, I'm thinking if I can't do it with a DA, I don't need to be doing it. Because when you think about it, exterior work is, and for me anyway, I don't know about you guys. Maybe this is something that's ingrained for men, but not for us women. It seems to me that working on the paint is difficult. You have to understand the hologramming, scratching. There's a lot to understand, and you could cause a lot of expensive damage. Yeah, he doesn't even use a he doesn't even use a fancy one. I mean, he just keeps it simple. And that's where I'm at. I'm at this point where the simpler the better. The simpler the better, and I'm good. But it's just complicated to me. That paint work is can be complicated if you don't understand the hologramming and how to solve that. If you don't understand, for example, I did one, it was a dealership car, DA polisher. I went to polish it up. It was on the trunk. Went to polish it up. When I pulled the DA away and wiped it down, it looked like I made that whole thing worse. It looked like I had left all of these rings. I'm looking at the pad going, what the hell is on the pad? Turns out it was that hologramming or whatever, and it did clear up with the finishing, but still it freaked me out. Well, what the hell did I do? So there's just too much to it that you have to understand. If you have this is what you should do. If you have this is what you should do. And keep it simple. But it's just not that simple. Because every paint is different. Every car is different. Everything is different. And I honestly, to be honest, I don't even know that a polisher would make a difference. I think it's the pad and the product. You have to understand the different paint you're working with. Audis and BMWs and German cars typically have hard paint and hard clear coat. Toyotas, GMs, and Fords typically have softer paint. I'm telling you. That's like with my pickup. I mean, Carlos was checking the thickness of the pickup and or the paint on the pickup and all of that. And anyway, he was boring down, and I'm like, oh shit, I can't handle that. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. What are you doing, Juice? You're up late. We're talking about polishers. What's the point of having all these polishers when you can do it with a DA? You know what I mean? Hello, Dino. How you doing? Yeah, and John, that is something about it I don't have. I'm just waiting for Harbor Freight cordless DA. Yeah, we were talking about the cordless ones, like the Rupes. It's so heavy in the ass end of it, you know. And then we were talking about the one from DIY that's coming out. Freaking $800. I know. I know. It's amazing how much they will charge for something like that. Me, I have a Max Shine. Of course, it was gifted to me by the guys in Dallas. But I love Ivan, but I ain't buying that polisher. I want the polisher, but it'll probably be a while before I buy one. I think they're going to sell out as soon as they get them in. Dino, me and you don't have anything to talk about. Just saying. Trolls are stupid. I don't know. John, you were the one who went up there to when they went in to your area. How much do you think those polishers are going to be? Of course, that's Canadian money, but at least it gives us an idea. Not real money. I don't know. I just think that maybe the battery placement is probably a little bit better. I don't understand why those batteries have to be so frickin' bulky. I mean, you're telling me you can't find a battery or you cannot create a battery that is not so bulky? I don't know. Come on. This is technology. You've mastered everything else. Why can't we master a cordless polisher? You know? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But it'll probably be a while before I buy one, and that's assuming that the reviews on it are good. But it's definitely interesting to me. They do have new ones, the packs versus the cylinder, smaller battery. Yeah, the cylinder is what I was looking at. Is why don't they have something like that? You know, especially for a polisher. A polisher that is going to be working right there next to the on the paint. You slack on that and smack that panel and cause a damage. No, it's not worth it to me. It's just not worth it to me. It seems to me like that particular machinery is nothing more than a liability. I'm sorry. Not a damn one of them is worth $700. Ah, even in American money. No way. Even in American money, I'd be like, no. I don't know. I don't understand that stuff, John. See, I look at it a little differently than you do. You're like, it's so smooth, and I'm like, does it work? I mean, I just have to simplify it. But that's me. I just have to simplify it. No. And I think those cordless ones from DIY Detail are going to be pretty pricey. We'll have to see. When Carlos and I were talking about it, I told him, I said, if they're going to be pretty pricey, it's going to be a while before I get one. It's only money. I can't take it with me. Harbor Freight is coming out with a cordless DA. It's going to kill the game. It's going to kill game. 175 before any deals. With 3 of them, I didn't get to 700. Damn. Are you saying you're frugal, Humberto? Are you frugal? Are you frugal? Well, but Humberto, you forget you're sharing those polishers with 2 other detailers. So you guys probably went in to one. It's like the Cadillac of polishers. It's definitely up there with all the features on it. I'm going to defend it. I'm not cheap, I'm frugal. Yep, I'm frugal. I get them on deals. Oh, well, I'm sure you do, but I'm just saying, if you're sharing these things with everybody or with the other guys, would you go in 1/3? You know, you pay a third, I pay a third, you pay a third. And whoever's idea it was to get the darn thing, they pay the taxes and all that. I know I'm frugal. That's why I have no problem using Mean Green or LA Totally Awesome in some of those dealership cars. I have no problem doing it at all. My face is cold. Because we are frugal. I don't know. Holy crap. I got like 7 notifications. The Rupes is nice. I would buy one, but only to point and laugh at other detailers that don't have one. But in my heart, I would still know 800 is too much. But your laughs only do good when they're dying to have one. Right? Even my flex polisher was almost 700. Now that's Canadian money, right? So Canadian money, 700. It's gonna be, what did they say? Now it's been a while because I haven't been to Canada, but when we were on the truck, they were saying that for every $7 you spend in Canada, I would get the DeWalt for 300. Every $7 you spend in Canada is $3 in the States. Is too much, yeah. But I do want one of those 90-degree ones. I don't remember what they're called. But I definitely want to get one of those. All right, I'm having one more cigarette and then I'm going to get off here, go potty, get ready for bed, jump in the shower, and then go to bed. I want the small Mac Shine polisher. I have the DA polisher by Mac Shine. The guys gave it to me when I was in Dallas. I really like it. It's done such a great job for me. My kid picked this up for me at Home Depot. I think it was Home Depot. She said, "Oh, you'll like this, Mom." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Because sometimes flicking my Bic is kind of hard. So she picked that up. Yes, Canadian. In America, the Flex 3401 would be about, well, I don't need a Flex 3401 because that's too much. What's Koosh? I don't know what that is. Sorry, 560. That's too much money. No, I do not juice. That's gross. That stuff stinks to high heaven. That's still too much money. 560 bucks. I would never pay that. I would never pay that. That's more than my lot rent. Anything that's more than my lot rent better be worth my time. And there's not a polisher out there that's worth that to me. At least what's more reasonable? The 560 is more reasonable than that, what? 800, he said, something like that. I couldn't do it. Like my grandma would say with higher price stuff, she'd go, you better, that shit better be lined in gold. Chris, we send you a Rupes Mark III. You will think you died and went to heaven. Probably not, and I'll tell you why. Carlos does not like Rupes, and I have a tendency to follow along with what he goes with, and he's like, I'm not a fan of Rupes. So I probably wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, it's already in my brain. No, no Rupes. You know what I mean? I'm interested to see how much those DIY detail ones are going to be, though. I would buy one, but I would have to be balling. I'm telling you. That's just an awful lot of money for a polisher. I don't know. I just see things a little differently. I think it's because I'm a girl. Holy crap, John. You know how long I've been on here? Oh my God, it's 2:45 in the frickin' morning. I've been on here for 5 hours. You think that's crazy? What about 300 for... No. No. That's just... No. I'll save my bad words. No. That's not crazy. That's insane. But man, they know they can charge that price, Juice. You know what I'm talking about. John, you do too. I don't even know what happened to Humberto. Hell, that poor man fell asleep, probably. uh, the reason they can charge those prices is because detailers pay it. They want the latest and greatest, and detailers will pay it. You know what I mean? So that's why they could put a stinking stupid price tag on it like that. It's a sprayer. I don't even have a pump sprayer from like Marilex, or whatever. I have a paint thickness gauge and even a gloss meter to measure the gloss on the paint when I'm done. Well, I don't have one. My dad does. Hello, Destiny. My dad does, but I don't have one. I just have access to one. But that is probably really what you need in order to make that happen. And I have noticed on cars, now I don't know, maybe this is just me. I've noticed on cars the thickness of the paint is thicker on the sides than it is on the hood or the roof or the trunk lid. It just seems to me that they don't have as much as the doors and the side panels. And I do not have a gloss meter. I don't even understand the point of that. Those don't make sense to me. The gloss meters, I mean. They don't make sense to me. I mean, just look at it. If it's glossy, you win. Okay, you guys, I'm going to get off of here. I've been on here too long. Anyway, I'm going to go get some sleep. Tomorrow's a day off, so I'm not worried. Today is a day off. I'm not worried about it. But I still don't need to be up this late. But thanks for the good conversation. I enjoyed it. And we had lots of good conversation from earlier, too. But you guys have a good night. Be careful out there, John. We'll see you later. Juice, you be a good boy. Don't cause trouble. You better stop. Oh my God, I need to spray this cat. But we'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Peace.